Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik, one of the co-founders of ETH Global, and I'm super excited to welcome all of you to ETHOnline 2023. This is our finale, and you're watching all of this on ethglobal.tv, and this is what we're going to be using for the rest of the day to talk about all the amazing things that came out of this event and our last summit for this event. So ETHOnline is run by ETH Global, and we have a very simple mission. Our goal is to onboard thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem. And we do this primarily by running hackathons and summits. ETHOnline was our biggest event of the year, and it was a whole month full of amazing content around what's happening in the Web3 ecosystem. We ran 4 different summits, the fourth one being today, just after our demos. We talked about what's happening with all the different EIPs and upgrades that are coming on Ethereum. We talked about best practices around security and how you think about writing safe code. We covered this past Wednesday, all the things that matter and will matter when we get to massive scale and how data availability changes the game and how you can account for making things a lot more easy to manage and more decentralized. And today we're going to be talking about the impact of Ethereum for how it's touching millions of people across the world from various different fields, everything from UNICEF to developers in different countries to the growth of stablecoins. But the next hour and a half is about the hackathon. This is officially our biggest event ever in our entire 7-year history. We had 2,005 hackers from 96 different countries spent the last 3 weeks from 28 different time zones building incredible projects. People came from 500 plus cities, and this is just to show you where everybody's coming from. And it's still amazing to see incredible representation from 6 different continents. Not only that, we had 164 ecosystem partners and 4 dedicated mentors who were there the entire month to help all of them get their questions answered, get unblocked, and get help, and get to building the projects that they were personally excited to build. And to top it all off, we're going to be giving $225,000 in prizes, and you're going to see who won all those amazing, incredible prizes very soon. So these 2,000 plus hackers spent the last few weeks building an insane amount of projects. And we're proud to announce that after this event, the submission deadline, we saw 515 projects that came out of ETHOnline. This is the most projects we've ever seen, and we had to change up a lot of things to make sure that we get to review, judge, and manage everything in just the past few days, because this blew our minds and beat all expectations. So before we get into all those projects, I want to take a quick minute to thank all of our incredible partners. And there are the ones that are going to be giving away a lot of these prizes. So tune in for the rest of this to hear about what you won if you participated. So I want to quickly thank Scroll, Spark, ApeCoin, UMA, Wormhole, Filecoin, Hyperlane, Polygon, Mantle, XLR, Safe, Mask, Sysmo, Comet, Aztec, Connext, Compound Grants Program, Tableland, Chainlink, Push Protocol, Lit, the Graph, Uniswap Foundation, XMTP. So these are our amazing partners, and let's get to these 515 projects. After judging, we spent hours going through everything from the feedback to the scores to all the things that we had to consider, and we ended up with 11 finalist teams. What's going to happen for the next hour is we're going to bring on these 11 teams, and they're going to demo what they built live to show all of you what they were excited about for the last few weeks. And then we're going to go into all the prizes. So please join me in congratulating our 11 amazing finalists for ETHOnline 2023. We have ZKVRF, Sherlock, Cryptopolis, EVM Plus, Cosmic Cowboys, Koinu, Pact, Shop Connect, Wetex, ZTF, and Bear Bonds. These 11 teams are going to come on one by one and show you what they built. But before we go into our very first demo, I'm going to take a quick second to thank 494 of these teams that are listed here for all the amazing things you've built over the past few weeks. You managed to accomplish something and set a goal for yourself to build something that you were personally excited about. And even if you didn't make it to these top 11, it doesn't mean that you were not good enough, doesn't mean there was something wrong with it. Our goal, and this was even more challenging this time around, was to highlight some interesting and incredible themes that we're seeing in this ecosystem and show them to you live. And that's what being a finalist means. So I want to thank everybody listed here and here for taking the time to work with amazing people from all across the world. A lot of you met so many people from different parts of the world, built something together, and showcased it to our judges, to our partners, and talked about why you were excited to build these projects. We really hope that you continue to build what you started this month, and don't hesitate to ping us if you need any help with taking the projects further, if you need to talk to anybody in the space that you would like to get feedback from, or just anything that ETH Global team can help you out with. So congratulations to every single team here. And for those of you who are tuning in and were not a participant at the hackathon, you can now head over to ethglobal.com/showcase to see every single project that came out of this event. So before we go into the first demo, I want to take a quick second for all of our participants to remind them that if you have not filled out the quick 2-minute survey on your dashboards, please do this right now, if possible. We really want to make sure that we account for all the things that we can do here to make this super easy for you to participate in a future event, or make it even easier for somebody to come into this ecosystem in the future. Just answering a few things, yes or no, rate this out of 10, helps us really change up the things that we are doing to make sure that we have the best experience for all of you. So please, please, please take the minute and give us that feedback to make everything else better. All right, enough talking from me. Let's get ready for our very first finalist demo for the day. So without further ado, let's bring on Wetex as our first finalist demo.
Hey, thank you, Karthik.
Welcome.
Yeah. So GM folks, my name is Arjun. My teammates Shakti, Suraj, and Bhumik. We are team Wetex. So Wetex is a completely non-custodial, state-of-the-art smart wallet that is here to enable your smart assets to interact in a smarter way on chain. So without further ado, let's get to the demo. Let's see what Wetex is all about. So these are the onboarding screens, as you can see. And Wetex is secured by passkeys. So you can sign in using your biometric. So I'll use my fingerprint and yeah. So right now Wetex is registering my device, and it takes you to the dashboard where it creates a smart wallet address. So Wetex is live in multiple EVM chains, as you can see here. And we are also coming up with swap, bridge, and cross-chain swap features. So let's take a quick demo of a batch transaction. So I'll just transfer Wmatic. So while we do batch transaction, we'll also be paying for gas fees using Wmatic itself. So we can pay gas fees in any ERC20 tokens that you want. So as you in a moment, we'll have the Wrapmatic here. Just check. So meanwhile, this is happening. So we'll be even launching dApp interactions, dApp connections. So you can use Wetex with your favorite dApp to do transactions from your dApp. I think it's taking a bit more time. I'll just increase the gas fees and submit it again. Yeah. Cool. So now you can see the balance here in a moment. So you have Wrapmatic. So I'll click on transfer. I'll paste the address. So this is the UI of the transaction screen. So every box represents an entire transaction. So you can select the asset here. I'll select Wmatic. I'll do 0.001. And you can add multiple transactions as well. So I'll just click on the plus button. Yeah. So we'll do another transaction. And as you can see, we have the review screen here where all the transactions are listed. You can even choose which token you want to pay the gas fee. So I'll choose WMatic in here. And you have to approve the transaction using a biometric. So I'll give my biometric authentication. And in a moment, the transaction will be done. Your smart contract will be deployed and your batch transactions will be done. Yeah, cool. So I'll just copy this transaction hash. I'll redirect to the dashboard. Yeah, so we have the batch transaction here. So these are the two transactions that I did. This is the Rapmatic that I paid gas fees. And you can see the updated balance in here, which will appear in a moment. Yeah, so the Matic balance is 0 and Rapmatic balance has changed. So this is what we did with Wetex. You can also import your tokens and track your own custom tokens from here. And we'll also be coming up with features to set up recovery, and you can set up multiple devices for your passkeys as well. So this is Wetex, and you can download Wetex from the Chrome store. Yeah, so Wetex is already live, so you can visit wetex.info and you can download Wetex from the Chrome store, and you can also visit our Twitter account for all the updates that you need. So this is me. Thank you guys. Cheers.
Amazing. Thanks, Arjun. This was awesome. Our very first hack for this whole event is an amazing Web3 wallet. I want to take a second and bring on the rest of your team so all of us can thank everybody here who did all the amazing work. So congratulations to all of you, and hopefully all of us get to try this out and use passkeys even more. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karthik.
All right. With this, we are ready for our second finalist demo for today, and I'd like to bring on Team Koinu. Welcome.
Thank you, Karthik. All right, what's up, everybody? Today, I'm going to be presenting my project for ETH Global Hackathon, Koinu. So first up, a little bit about myself. My name is Rexon, and I'm currently studying grade 11 at Hong Kong International School, and I'm based in Hong Kong. Here's my website over here. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. Have you ever wanted to transact on one blockchain, but you lack the funds on that particular blockchain, so you had to bridge assets from another chain? If that's the case, because that's a pretty common problem in Web3, you need to embrace the hassle that comes with transferring tokens across multiple blockchain networks. And this leads to two pain points in decentralized applications related to cross-chain stuff. First up, you have to face a really bad user wallet experience. Using multiple chains on MetaMask or most crypto wallets is becoming increasingly painful. For example, if you want to check which chain has enough balance so you can transfer the funds from that chain to your desired chain, you need to go on MetaMask, find each chain, and select the chain, check the balance. And you need to do that for every single chain, and that's pretty bad for the Web3 user experience. And another problem with dApps and cross-chain stuff is bridges. There's a complexity of choosing a good bridge, because when you search up like some bridge results, it's not really good results. So there's a complexity for newbies. The quality of most bridges isn't really good, because right now most bridges you need to do like a captcha, and like most of the time it fails or something. And like a lot of these bridges, when you do a transaction, it just keeps loading, and after you keep loading, it just fails. So the quality of most bridges isn't that good. There's no transparency as well. And one big issue with the bridges is the safety of the bridges. As you probably heard, more than $1 billion worth of funds were stolen from bridge-related exploits. So overall, with these two pain points, it's hard for new adopters to Web3 to get onboarded because of the complexity of managing multiple chains and cross-chain experiences. So hence, we need a solution that improves the user experience with cross-chain experiences within Web3 applications. And within that solution, a truly secure way to transfer assets cross-chain. But how do we do that? Introducing Koinu. Koinu is an NPM library built with React, TypeScript, designed with Tailwind CSS, and the contracts are written in Solidity. So what CoinU does is that it solves those pain points that I talked about just now. CoinU presents a really good user experience because you can visualize all the chain balances at once without clicking each chain and checking the balance, because like you can view the balance over here. It has secure crossing check technology, which is powered by Axeler's general message passing technology. It saves dApp developers time. For example, if I'm a dApp developer and I want to implement some cross-chain solution within my dApp, I don't need to code all that functionality myself. I can just import that library and it's good to go. And allows dApp developers to avoid hindering the user experience for users, because they can do all the cross-chain stuff if needed within the dApp, so they don't need to switch to a new tab. All right, I'm going to show an example demo of CoinU right now. So here's a example dApp that, let's say, someone has built, and this dApp is on the Mantle testnet. So let's suppose this dApp is like some kind of dApp which allows the user to join some kind of DAO on Mantle testnet. So the user obviously has first connect the wallet. I'm not sure why it's not showing the MetaMask. All right, cool. So once they connect the wallet, as you can see, they just have 0 AUSDC on Mantle. However, they have 500. They need 500 AUSDC on Mantle to join this arbitrary DAO. So what they do is that this CoinU page pops up. CoinU renders inside the dApp, and then they have to select the chain which they want to transfer the funds from. So we already can see that we have enough balance on Scroll, but we don't have enough balance on Mantle. So therefore, we need to transfer from Scroll to Mantle. So we need to transfer from Scroll to Mantle. We need to specify the amount that we want to transfer. So let's transfer 500 AUSDC from Scroll to Mantle. We need to switch our chain. All right, so my chain is switched. Let me stop my screen because I don't know why the MetaMask isn't showing for some reason. All right, so now I think you guys can see the MetaMask screen. I'm now switched to Scroll Sepolia, and now I'm going to bridge 500 AUSDC from Scroll Sepolia to Mantle testnet. And this gas fee is given through the Axeler's SDK. So I'm going to bridge from Scroll to Mantle. Transaction pops up, prompting me to pay the gas fee to transfer the funds cross-chain. I need to confirm. And then meanwhile, the transaction is processing and 500 AUSDC is being sent from Scroll to Mantle. And that was really fast. 500 AUSDC has been sent from Scroll to Mantle. We can view the transaction at Axeler Explorer on the Explorer. And as you can see, the gas has been paid and we need to wait for finality. So essentially, we can call it as a success that 500 AUSDC has been sent from Scroll to Mantle. So this is just one example that CoinU can be used in the dApp. However, I have a plot twist. Due to the limitations of the time that I had in the hackathon, I didn't have time to formally publish it as an NPM library. However, once it's published as an NPM library, what anyone can do is that they just need to install the library into their project. They need to import the library into their project, and after they import the library, they can just use the library in their HTML, and they just need to pass in a signer over here. So like that, it's really easy to get onboarded with CoinU. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, thank you for this amazing demo and building something super cool. I'm glad that you're getting in all of this super early. This is amazing.
Yeah,
And we'll get to try this out soon. All right. Thank you. With this, we're ready for our third finalist demo for today. Let's welcome Cosmic Cowboys.
All right. Thank you so much, Kartik. So we're Team Pinata, and this is our project, Cosmic Cowboys. So our team is made up of myself. I'm a full stack developer, Steve. And we also have Justin, another full stack developer, and Marge, our designer. So Cosmic Cowboys is a dynamic on-chain game that utilizes AI, NFTs, and ERC-6551 to create a unique experience where NPCs can fill a game world. Most of the time when you're going into a game world, it can be kind of lifeless or there's not a lot of people there. And so the goal of this is to demonstrate how you can combine these things to create a very dynamic and on-chain world where these NPCs can make actions themselves. So in this game, you can actually influence these NPCs to make on-chain decisions, but there's also a job running once an hour where it pushes them to make a decision based on certain facets like where they are, what their balance is, all these different things. So the way the game is made up is that we have every NPC is an ERC 721 NFT with a little bit of altered state. So they have on-chain state for location and health. There's also unique metadata tied to each of these characters. And this serves as their DNA or who they are and their personality. And that's stored on IPFS and linked to the NFT. We also have every NPC getting an ERC 6551 token bound account. And this allows them to have items such as supplies, food, and credits, which they can use in the game. All this is put under one big operator contract, which allows us to do on-chain logic and do game logic with these characters. So with that, let's go ahead and go into the demo. So when you go to cosmiccowboys.cloud, you can see the game here. And when you click connect, it's going to use the safe wallet abstraction. So if you wanted to, you can sign in with a Web 2 or a Web 3 login. We're just going to use MetaMask. And when you're putting into the game, you're going to see multiple different characters here. And you're going to see things like their backstory, vitals such as health, food, supplies, and credits. What's really unique about these three right here is that these are all things owned by the token-bound account. These are things the NFT actually owns. So you can actually go to tokenbound.org and actually see these characters with their items, such as their supplies, food, and their credits, which is an ERC20 token. If we go to the map here, we'll see where all these different characters are, and where they are location-wise will actually dictate what they can do in the game. So you can have them visit the bar, the home, or the supply depot. And so if you're at the supply depot, you can buy items, sell items, go on supply missions, all sorts of really interesting stuff. We also have a leaderboard that dictates who's on top based on their number of credits. And you can see all the different token IDs and their token-bound accounts here. If we go back to the dashboard and actually engage with one of these characters, it's going to bring up a signature request here. And this is with XMTP. So what's happening here is that you as the end user are actually creating a encrypted wallet-to-wallet messaging between your wallet and the NPC. So we're going to go ahead and sign this, and it's going to retrieve our previous message history. And so from here, I can go ahead and say hi to Jax. Hey, Jax, can you read me? What this is going to do is send a message through OpenAI, just like most other chatbots, and OpenAI is going to use that unique metadata that we generated to give them personality and give them their lifelikeliness. And so you can see here, loud and clear, partner, what can I do for you? So let's see if we can influence him to do something. He had a lot of supplies, and he's at the supply depot, so maybe we can get him to sell something. And say, hey, you have a lot of supplies, maybe you should sell some. Now, what is interesting is that these are AI, and so sometimes they'll take that hint and say, you know what, that's a good idea, and it'll trigger an on-chain action. Or like just now, he has his own mind. He says, that's a nice suggestion, but I'm not actually going to do it. So let's see if we can actually push it through. We'll be a little bit more direct and just say sell supplies. And with this, we have OpenAI set up to do function calls. So it can actually trigger an on-chain action using their token-bound account. And so he just made the action to do a sell supplies. So he's going to sell some supplies for some credits. And we can go back to that token-bound account and go to the block explorer. And we can actually see this transaction we just engaged 14 seconds ago. It's still pending. And you can see all the other transactions he's made. And just a reminder, the have a cron job that's running is constantly pushing them once an hour to make an action. So even while you're gone, these NPCs are living, breathing, and making on-chain decisions and changing the dynamic of the game, even if you're not playing. And so that is our project. So thank you so much for watching. Again, the purpose of this project was to demonstrate the power of ERC 6551 NFTs and AI to create a very dynamic game world that has life thanks to NPCs. Thank you so much for watching.
Amazing. This was super cool. I feel like we're just getting to see what autonomous objects would look like on chain. So this was really good to see, and congratulations.
Thank you, Kartik. Appreciate it.
All right. Next up, we are ready for Cryptopolis.
Oh, hi everyone. My name is Danilo. This is my project Cryptopolis, bringing the city simulator that started it all to the crypto era. So here's a brief history of city building games. This is Cities Skyline 2, and I'm going back in time to the original game that started it all in 1989, SimCity Classic. The code for the original game was open sourced in 2008. It was a C code, and that's what I used for my project. So how the game economics work? So basically, the city starts with a budget, and then you start building your city infrastructure, residential zones, roads, and so on. And once a year, you get money back from your citizens by taxes, right? So how do I introduce crypto in the game? So basically, the game economy is backed by a ERC20 token. So you bridge a token from the layer 1 into the game, and then you build the city, invest this amount of tokens, and then you start building the city, spending your budget. Every time you build something, some tokens move from the in-game wallet to a people wallet, and every time the citizens pay you taxes, I transfer money back from the people to the game, right? So this is one example. I'm building an industry zone for $100, and I have some taxes year end, and I do the balance between before and after the game simulation runs, right? So how did I build the game? The first step was to take the original code and build it to the RISC-V architecture and run inside the Cartesian machine. The Cartesian machine is a verifiable machine, so I can run like a real economy on top of it. So the second step was to build the DApp. So the DApp manages all the wallets, all the funds, and run the game simulation. And the third step was to build the game UI from scratch, and I'm showing you a demo right now. So you start by choosing your map, right? This is the original artwork, by the way. So you start by building a city, invest in 20,000 tokens. And then you start by, let me place coal power first. And then I place like a industry zone right next to the coal power. And I will place like a residential zone. And then I'll place a commercial zone. Up here, you can see the budget of the city, and you can see that it already starts to grow some houses in the residential zone. So I can start building roads. And the population starts growing. You can see the population up here, 160 people. And here's the in-game clock. So basically, that's how it works. The cool thing is I used a code that was written 34 years ago, right? And introduced crypto to the game. As future improvements, I need to actually run the game inside the browser, not only on the server, so we have a more real-time feel of the game. And of course, I need to implement a bunch of other features of the game to honor the original game. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Manuel. This was great. I mean, being able to actually just port and add the economics here from a open source project from 20 years ago, or actually longer, 40 years ago, is incredible. So hopefully this kind of creates a whole new wave of people porting in all the other games from the past and making a retro crypto arcade. This is great. Thanks. All right, we are almost halfway there, so let's get ready for our next demo, and that is Shop Connect. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. We are Team Shop Connect, and we're building personalized consumer experiences powered by Web3. Now, according to McKinsey, 76% of consumers today are demanding personalized experiences, and this market is valued at over $1 trillion. However, the current problem with creating this in Web2 is that oftentimes businesses do not talk to one another, and when they do, it's through platforms like Facebook or Google, which ultimately owns all of your data. As for the end user, there's often a trade-off between more personalization and less data privacy. So to tackle these problems, we've come up with a solution called Shop Connect, utilizing Polygon ID to issue verifiable credentials as a proof of purchase whenever you buy something online. Now, these verifiable credentials are not stored on-chain, but stored securely and privately in your Shop Connect wallet. And then you can verify ownership using zero-knowledge proofs. So this is a little abstract, but let's take a look at a demo involving two individual stores that do not talk to each other. So here we have the first store, it's a coffee supply store. Let's go ahead and check out the premium espresso coffee maker. So add to cart, check out, and complete our purchase. So it's taking a little while because it's actually issuing a verifiable credential as your proof of purchase on the back end. Right, and here we have the post-purchase site where there's a nice claim button generated by the Shop Connect plugin, which is installed on the back end of every store that wants to use Shop Connect. So let's go ahead and click claim, and it pops up this Shop Connect extension window. So it says that the site wants to issue a proof of your purchase, the premium coffee maker we just bought. So just for this demo, we've included a little UI toggle over here. So if you click into it, you can see what's going on under the hood. So it's actually a Polygon ID verifiable credential that we're receiving. So let's go ahead and click claim. And it takes a while because the issuer node that we've hosted is actually issuing this verifiable credential directly into our Shop Connect wallet. So just to confirm, we can refresh the Mumbai testnet and see that this verifiable credential was issued 41 seconds ago. This is from our issuer node. Now let's go on to the second store, which is our coffee beans store. So even though the two stores look visually similar, just want to remind you that these two stores do not communicate, and the store doesn't know anything about you, doesn't know what you've bought or what's in your wallet, right? So we can open the Shop Connect extension again here, and we can see that there's a nice, exclusive, personalized 20% off the premium coffee beans. So given that the store knows nothing about you, how is this possible? So what's actually going on is that the extension fetches a list of promotions from the store and then filters it based on the verifiable credentials you have in your wallet. So all of this filtering is done internally, so the data is shown only to the extension and to yourself, and is not exposed to the store at all. So if we click on this deal, we can see that the requirement is to have purchased a premium brand coffee machine, which we just did in store number 1. And so over here, again, you can see under the hood is actually a verifiable credential with a custom e-commerce schema. So let's go ahead and apply the promotion. So again, it takes a little while because what we're actually doing is the extension is generating a zero-knowledge proof of our ownership of this verifiable credential. This proof is then sent to our store's backend, and if the proof is legitimate, the store then applies the discount to the corresponding products, as you can see over here. So going back to the presentation, this is a massive win-win for both the merchant and the shopper. For the merchant, they get to offer personalized experiences and convert their ideal customers. As for shoppers, they get to have personalized promotions and rewards, and also keep their data private and intact. So this is our technical architecture. We'd like to bring your attention to the 4 main things here, which are the browser extension, the online store, the Shop Connect plugin, and the Shop Connect API. In the browser extension, it essentially wraps up our Polygon ID SDK It is where the ZK proofs are generated, and we've also abstracted away a lot of the Web3 UX into a more e-commerce friendly interface. Right? Then we have the Shop Connect plugin, which links the extension and the API together. The API is then linked to our self-hosted Polygon ID issuer node, which is the one that's issuing the verifiable credentials as a proof of purchase. So this is the team. We've worked very hard over the past 2 weeks. So all credits go to Dennis, Rafa, Ben, Leonardo, and me, Junyu. Thank you very much for your time and have a nice day.
Awesome. Congratulations. And that was a really cool demo, being able to actually benefit off of your on-chain history, or actually just representing a lot of that on-chain is it's going to be a massive unlock. So hopefully this becomes a really nice Shopify plugin for all of us. Amazing. All right. Next up, we are ready for Sherlock. So let's welcome the Sherlock team on stage.
Welcome everyone. Introducing Sherlock, which is an FHE-based privacy-enabling infrastructure for EVM blockchains. So starting with the problem statement, everything is blockchain is public by design, which leads to many problems. Like anyone can spy on your wallets, can see the wallet and on-chain activities as the transaction data is public. Search and can extract MEV out of your transactions. On-chain data exposures leads to multiple risk of scams, attacks, and certain other things. So what's the solution for all these issues? We built Sherlock, which is basically an FHE-based infrastructure to enable developers to build privacy-preserving dApps on EVM chains. Sherlock infrastructures unfolds multiple use cases. Sherlock enables users to have MEV-free transactions, encrypted transfers, encrypted TIDs, confidential voting, blind auction, on-chain games, on-chain privacy-preserving games. Regarding MEV-free transactions, as now all the transaction data is encrypted, searchers can no longer make sense out of your transaction data and can't accept MEV out of it. Similar things go with encrypted transfers. The actual balances would be the actual balances would be available only at the senders and the receivers side. Rest middlemen would be able to see only the encrypted data, not the actual balance. So let's understand the architecture behind Sherlock infrastructure. So basically with this infrastructure, you can deploy any privacy preserving dApp on chain. So for the demo, for this ETHOnline demo, basically I deployed an encrypted ERC20 contract, which enables user to perform encrypted transfers and have their balances on chain in the encrypted manner. So let's understand this architecture a bit. So there are 3 major components in this architecture. One is network of nodes, one is Bonds SDK EVM, another is Sherlock SDK. So whenever user wants to perform a transfer transaction, let's say, so all the data related to that particular transfer transaction first get encrypted from the network of node. The SDK receives the ciphered transaction data. Then the SDK makes the actual transaction call on chain with this particular encrypted data. Now, as the transfer transaction is happening with on the encrypted data, all the data available on chain is again encrypted. Now you might ask, like, if this data is encrypted, now how this particular contract would be able to perform addition and subtraction operation in a consistent manner over user balances? So basically, our ERC20 contract, which I have deployed, leverages the Bonsai ZK EVM infrastructure, where we implemented our own fully homomorphic encryption functions for updating balances, subtracting balances. So basically, contract calls the ZK infrastructure for computing over the encrypted balances off chain. The infrastructure returns output and proof. Once we get the output, we update the state. Once state is updated, user can query its balance using the SDK. He will receive the balance in the ciphered form. To get the balance in the actual plain text, user need to basically pass on the balance to the network of node. I need to prove ownership over that particular balance or the particular cipher text. And yeah, and once the network of node was able to kind of like prove that, get able to verify that the user is actually the owner, then it decrypts it and returns it back to the user in the plain text form. Now let's understand this use case like from the demo itself. So basically here we have 2 users, Alice and Bob. Alice wants to send some encrypted number. Alice wants to send some tokens from his wallet to Bob's wallet, but Alice won't want to like show the world how much actually she is transferring the number of tokens. So basically I deployed my own encrypted ERC20 contract with the infrastructure. So currently Alice holds this gibberish balance. And none other than Alliance would be able to know how much this balance is. If Alliance wants to know how much this balance actually means, she can click on decrypt. If she needs to sign this particular message claiming the ownership over this address, and yeah, we can see like similarly Alliance has 4 tokens, and same thing goes with Bob. If Bob needs to see, he needs to prove the ownership, and yeah, Bob has around 6 tokens. So let's just hide the balances and perform an encrypted transfer. So let's just copy Bob's address. This is Bob's address. Let's transfer 1 encrypted token. So basically, I am writing 1 in the raw form, but actually an encrypted version of it would be available on chain. Let's click on send. So as you can see, this gibberish number is getting transferred, and this gibberish number would be available on chain for the other users to see. Once I clicked on confirm, let's just wait for the transaction to complete. Once the transaction would complete, we would be able to see the updated balance for Bob. So the transfer is going on, and we can see transfer is complete. So let's just reload the balance. As previously, Bob has around 6 tokens. Now let's see what his updated balance is. Again, it's again a gibberish number. We need to decrypt it. We need to prove ownership, and yeah, we can see like Bob had received 1 token, and now his updated balance is 7. So this was the demo for encrypted transfers. Now let's go over to what are our future aspects. We are planning to leverage EigenLayer. Using EigenLayer, basically, we would be allowing the existing trusted validators to become nodes in the network of nodes for encrypting data. Similarly, we are planning to build an FHE library. With this FHE library, we would be unfolding a plethora of use cases for developers to build on top of it. Similarly, we are still brainstorming on certain ways to make this whole project compliance friendly to boost mass adoption. Thank you, ETHoverty, for organizing such a great hackathon. And yeah, if you want to connect us, these are our Twitter handles.
Awesome. Congratulations for that demo, and being able to see a fully homomorphic encryption live demo is kind of awesome. So I'm glad that you were able to make it work and actually hide things in plain sight. This is great.
Thanks.
Thanks, Karthik.
Congrats. All right. A few more teams to go. So let's welcome our next project demo, EVM Plus. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Imi. My project is EVM Plus, which is an EIP number 7543, which adds decimal float opcodes to the EVM: arithmetic, exponential, log, and sign. A decimal is defined as C times 10 to the power of Q, where C and Q are integers from the stack. If you have a opcode, for example, the D1 negate opcode and some value C and Q, then the EVM Plus would return you the answer in the same format. We can do this because the EVM is a virtual machine. There are no hardware restrictions. We should do this because devs are humans mostly, and humans love decimals. And we do not need to do more than this because exponentials, log, and sign combined with each other and arithmetic give us all elementary functions, including polynomials, trigonometry, basically all kinds of functions that numerical code could ever need. The implementation is complete. Gas is calculated precisely depending on user inputs and is currently charged double. We're going to look at a live example. At this address, there is an open and live EVM Plus node running against which anyone can transact. I've implemented a Black-Scholes smart contract and a Neuron smart contract that I will show you. A Neuron takes inputs and has weights for the inputs, takes the weighted sum, and then applies an activation function on top. Here, we'll use the sigmoid activation function, which is the inverse of 1 plus e to the power of minus x. In Yule smart contract code, this is as simple as negating the input, taking the exponential, adding 1, and inversing the whole thing. And these functions are verbatim uses of the new opcodes. We have a control implementation of a neuron. So if we have a neuron with weights 0.4 and 0.6 and inputs, let's take a random number from our top right game clock. I see a 7. So if we change this to a 7, 0.7 and 0.3, we expect a 0.613, etc. We'll run this in our smart contract. So our input should be a 7 times 10 to the minus 1 and 0.3, 3 times 10 to the minus 1. So this is an example I've had, it seems. If we run these concatenated, send them to our node and read the log4 output, we get this output, and we check that is the correct value to the precision we wanted. That's the coefficient, and the exponent is actually a 2's complement minus 10. So it's this value times 10 to the minus 10, which is exactly correct. The use cases for this technology are varied, vast. For math, science, machine learning, mathematical finance, digital art, games. If the EVM is a calculator, then EVM Plus is a scientific calculator. Imagine having sophisticated mathematical algorithms with intelligence or arbitrary algorithms living autonomously on Ethereum, without bothering any other functionality that existed, a mere adding of 7 decimal opcodes. Thank you.
I mean, that was awesome. And thanks for showing a live demo of this thing. Just getting that precision and adding a proper decimal library is it's a game changer. Hopefully we get to see this EIP actually adopted and merged into the core Get. But honestly, Get hacks are my favorite hacks for any project because you get to control actually how the whole thing behaves. And this was great. All right. 4 more demos to go. So let's welcome our next project, Bear Bonds.
Hi, do you guys see my screen?
Everything's great.
Awesome, cool. Let me start the slideshow. Hey everyone, we are Bear Bonds. It's created by myself, Beans, and Raushpi, who prefer to stay anonymous. So essentially, bear bonds are an ETH's Maxi's favorite bond during the bear market. How this essentially works is that somebody can come in and bond 10 ETH into the bear bonds contract, which is essentially an ERC 4626 contract, and it takes that ETH and converts it into stETH, and that stETH continuously yields in the vault. In return, the user gets a bond NFT, or essentially an NFT that represents their position in the pool. From there, the user has 2 choices. They can either decide to early exit their bond, meaning they forfeit their bond. They can get their principal back, meaning no loss to the user, but that yield gets distributed back to everybody else that currently has an open bond. Or what the user can do is wait for the bond to mature. And what that means is the bond matures when ETH hits all-time highs. And from there, they can redeem their principal, their yield, and all the other yield they've gotten from early forfeiters. So let's go through a demo on Gwirly right now. Currently, this is Bear Bonds. This is completely live on Gwirly, Mantle, ZK Scroll, and a few other chains. So this is the homepage. We can see there's currently 3 ETH of TVL in it. We can see the current ETH price, which is currently fetched from the graph. We can see all our bonds that we've opened before. So let's go ahead and create our bond right now. So right now we can see a TVL of 1.3 ETH. Let's create a bond worth 1 ETH right now. So let's bump up the gas so we don't have to wait for Gwirly to stall. So while that is going, we can actually take a look at the Bear Bonds contract. So right now we have a pending transaction. That's our current bond. But if we look at previous transactions, we can see that currently this one we bonded the 1 ETH, and in return it got turned into 0.99 staking, and we also minted a Bear Bonds NFT. So if we Gwirly is a little slow right now, so we'll wait for that transaction to confirm, which I believe it ideally did. The indexing is slow. Okay, we're gonna wait for the Gwirly to confirm that. But right now we can see these are our current open bonds. From here, what we can do is we can either actually bridge to a different network, or we can bridge to, or we can redeem the bond early.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are not seeing the screen that you might be on.
Oh, can you not see the homepage?
No, we're on the EtherScan page right now. Let's try screen sharing again, and let's do the whole desktop if we haven't done that.
I did share the whole desktop. Let me try again. All right. So entire screen, share. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Now it's good.
Oh, sorry. What happened is I bonded. We can see the TVL went from 3 to 4 because I bonded 1 ETH, and our bond has been opened. So the reason you're seeing that the current bond value is a bit higher is because ETH rebases. We sped up the rebasing time frame. So this is the current value of the bond, and this is how much we currently redeemed. From here, what we can do is actually redeem the bond early. So we're going to forfeit our yield because we want our principal back. Let's hopefully this one will confirm faster. So while that is confirming, we can imagine that ETH has hit all-time highs, and we want to actually redeem and mature a bond. Oh, actually, it indexed pretty fast. So this is what happens when you basically paper hand your ETH. You get this soul-bound NFT that proves that you are a paper-handed ETH betrayer, and the TVL went down because you got your principal back, but every other single bond has increased in value because they got that forfeited yield. The other thing we can do is take this bond and bridge it to another network. So these three are powered by Axelar, and Gnosis is powered by Hyperlane, just because Hyperlane supports Gnosis. And the reason we actually want to bridge these two different networks is because it's essentially a different form of wrapped staked ETH on these different networks. So we think Omnichain staked ETH could be pretty powerful, potentially using it as collateral or anything of that nature. So hopefully that will index rather soon. While we wait for that to index, anybody can come here and click this button, which essentially calls out the chain link, queries if ETH has passed all-time highs. If so, it'll flip a flag in the contract and allow people to redeem their bonds. If we click here right now, we can see that ETH is not at all-time highs yet. And the flag is not on, so we cannot redeem our bonds. So we can see that our bridge transaction went through, and the logo went from ETH to Mantle. And that's essentially the demo of Bear Bonds, but we went one step further and made it for ApeCoin. So for all you ApeCoin holders and in the Bored Ape ecosystem, you can do the exact same thing, but with your ApeCoin. It has the exact same staking mechanics and as Steve. So we made it for both ecosystems. That's our demo of Bear Bonds and Ape Bonds.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can reach out to me on Twitter at ZeroXBeans if you want to talk about it. We might actually launch on a mainnet if we get enough interest. But yeah, thank you.
Well, congratulations on that demo. Sorry we had to go through a minor AV issue there, but looks like we still got all of it. And being able to do this thing, even on testnet, is a great proof that you can actually make this such a good demonstration of having diamond hands now. And congrats.
Well, thank you.
All right, 3 more demos to go. So let's welcome our third last finalist for the day, ZTF. Welcome.
Hi. Okay. Hi everyone. CTF here. So we built a decentralized cross-chain routing and crisis management protocol. So our team is from Tradition Lab. We basically build a bunch of protocol and we focus on CK technologies. Before we go further, let me run the code. We'll explain it later. Okay. All good. So during the year, that's a lot happening. I think we all see loss and pain, and I think we should do it better. So I think for me, security is never enough, and we always should try to add even more security into our ecosystem. There are three main areas that we want to work on. First of all, I think the risk is more than just bug. While a lot of audit and protocol focus on bug, I think we should also try to cover different type of risk and loss. Like sometimes it's economic, right? Sometimes that's an unforeseeable event that make things happen. And then when those happen, there's loss. And if we can prevent it in a crisis management, sometimes you should react. You have to plan it beforehand and make it happen. Also, if it's more decentralized and more composable, it open a avenue for people to like create and make everybody safer. So what we build, I think this is what we focus on. First of all, we want our protocol to have crisis management that from people file issue to be able to pause or do anything with the protocol in like one team. We also focus on damage prevention. As we mentioned that the losses can come from different things than just bug. So we do it in a CTF way. If you haven't heard of it, it's like capture the fact game where there's like a starting position. So it's just a blockchain state. And then there's a flag position where like something happened according to a condition that defined. And player can try any like sequence of action, any sequence of transaction to try to reach the flag. Flag may be like you successfully like drain a protocol, or you simply like move a price too far, and so on. So if you can capture the flag, we have a CK of vulnerabilities. Basically, you prove that this sequence of transaction can move from the first state to the capture state. You prove this with like CKVM, and you can hide the sequence of transaction, but you can prove that there exists a way to make it happen. So basically, the protocol have vulnerabilities. We also have a callback system. So when someone claim on bounty, a callback get call, you can set up the callback to call into your protocol or any road to like help handle the situation. So basically, the protocol work by you set the flag, you set the environment, someone come proof, and then send to REST0, and then send to like bonsai. You claim the bounty get callback get call. If the protocol is also on different chain, we also have wormhole integration, so you can even call back to cover your protocol on all that you have. So I think let's move on to demo. So here's what the our site look like. So you can come in and browse different protocol, different bounties. So if you go into one, it will have like all the information about like how the source code, the node, and all the information about spec. And this is like initial state that you can load into your environment. Normally, it would take a lot of time for a white hat to figure out like what is the issue with it. On the other hand, if you create, right, you just wait, wrong one. Okay, so after you see the state, you can copy and paste it, and then you get a bunch of TX that you think it would like work to like change the state to capture. And then you run this command that I run like when I first present, and let's see, less than like the time that it take to talk, is generate a proof that okay, this sequence of transaction can attack the protocol. So now you can come back and hit fill in the information, or you can just like call it from your command line. Then you hit capture the flag claim. You can view on Explorer. This might take some time, but like if you look at like older transaction, 22 hours ago. So you can capture the flag, and then the callback get call. So we also have this callback target that we put up as a test. So this one get call, and then it hit like it just like gets saved. So in practice, it should be like pause protocol, pull money, and do different thing. Yep, that's all we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. This was great. Being able to actually leverage more proofs around finding vulnerabilities is a great thing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, 2 more demos to go. So let's welcome our second last finalist for the day, ZKVRF. Kevin and Serge. Marco, welcome.
So, just take it away.
Nice. Hi. Hey, ETHOnline, and welcome to the introduction of ZKVRF, a novel ZKP-enabled method to generate provably fair and verifiably random numbers. So as you know, verifiable randomness is required by decentralized application on Ethereum like NFT mints, raffles, sweepstakes, lotteries, and games. And the secure randomness is required to make sure the contracts are fair. What are the properties of a secure randomness source, you may ask? Those are unpredictability, unbiasability, verifiability, and guaranteed liveness. The state-of-the-art randomness services have different trade-offs between availability, cost, biasability, and liveness. With our ZK-VRF approach, we showcase the power of programmable cryptography enabled by modern ZK-SNARK tooling, in this case Noir, to create a custom deterministic public key cryptography scheme. With ZK-VRF, everyone with a web browser can access and then generate verifiably random numbers. And this is what's so special about it. We're tackling the availability here. And it's available on any EVM network that supports EC precompiles. So you can think about Optimism, OP stack-based chains like Base, etc.
So the way we derive randomness is like so. This is how we differ from Chainlink VRF mainly, by the way. We use the formula in the middle here, which is an HBAC construction of an operator's private key and then concatenated with the message hash, which consists of the block hash and a nonce. And then the final randomness is this formula at the bottom here, which is the catch-ack of that final deterministic signature. So if you want to use ZK-VRF, the request flow goes like this. If you're a user, you can deploy a consumer contract that requests a random number to our ZK-VRF contract, which emits an on-chain event, randomness requested, which is then indexed off-chain by a subgraph. Now, an operator can use our Explorer, which I'll show later, to query the subgraph and then look at any outstanding randomness requests. Now, they can fulfill those requests using the front end, which can generate a ZK-VRF signature with a proof using WASM. And then at that point, they can submit that transaction to the ZK-VRF contract, which then is verified on-chain with the ultra-plonk verifier. And now we'll show you a demo. So if we go here, this is on Scroll mainnet, by the way. This is the operator view. This is not the operator, this is the operator view. So you can see that my public key as an operator is 0x29EC. And then if we switch back, we've created an UI to show an example of how you can make a request. If I select myself as an operator, just for this example, and then I try to request a random number and send the transaction. So we wait for the transaction to go through. Might take a while because it's on Scroll mainnet. It's a bit slow. If we go back to our operator view, as an operator, it might take a while to index this. Subgraph sometimes takes a while. But if we keep refreshing, there it is. That's the request I just made. I can fulfill it. So this calculates the ZK proof. It takes about 10 seconds. And once that's done, I can send the transaction to fulfill the randomness request as an operator. And then now if we go back to the view of being a requester, let's see, this is, there we go, it's fulfilled. So you can see that this is the random number that we got from the VRF request. And we can actually also check it on chain, on scroll scan here, and we can look at the logs and you can see the randomness here. So what can you do with this randomness? Well, you can do a raffles with it. You can do NFT reveals. You can do gaming mechanics. Basically anything you want to do that requires on-chain randomness. And this is live on Scroll mainnet right now. But the cool thing about this is that you can take our code and deploy it on any rollup, any new rollup that you want where you need this randomness. Back to the presentation.
Yes, and for the next steps, our roadmap basically is a prover node and deployment on multiple rollups and networks. And of course, the big vision is to a fully permissionless marketplace for VRF, and it's basically also makes this project so interesting, having this as a goal. Our team are Kevin, Marco, Roshan, and me, Serge. And if you have any questions about verifiable randomness on zkvrf, contact us on Twitter or visit our homepage at zkvrf.com. Thank you.
ZKVRF team, congratulations on not only just doing an amazing demo, but actually making this available on mainnet. This is going to be a game changer. Awesome.
Pleasure.
Oh, congratulations. And with this, we are ready for our finalist demo for the day. So please welcome team number 11, Pact. Dimitri, whenever you're ready.
Hey, thank you. Hey, everyone. We are Pact, and we're excited to present you our project. So, Pacts are actually NFTs with a twist. Namely, they have their own accounts. So this means that each pack is not just a collectible, but a mini wallet that is filled with digital assets. It's like a digital goodie bag that you can send to anyone and anywhere with a simple link. And the best part, the recipient doesn't need to worry about paying for gas fees or funding a wallet first just to open the pack. The pack pays for its own unpacking. So how does it work? First, create a pack and add assets to it, like tokens, NFTs, and some ETH for gas. Then you will receive a link that you can share. And with that link, the receiver can open the pack, no ETH required. But rather than telling, let me actually show you how it works. So this is the application, and I will connect my wallet. So you can see I already have a few packs created just for testing purposes, and I'm connected to Scroll Sepolia. Let's create a new pack. So first, I will say I want to add 0.1 ETH. And I want to add also this mock token that we created. All right, so that is my pack that I want to create. Next step, I need to approve the token to be spendable by the contract. So let's do this first. Should be any minute confirmed. Next up, I need to sign a message. So this is important because this message will be actually used for the as a seed phrase, as a seed for the claiming key. So let's sign a message, and this is the review. So now we can just send a transaction and create the pack. I'll open the block explorer as well. And there you go, the pack is created. And if we look at scroll scan, we can see that the pack was created, 0.1 ETH was transferred, and our mock tokens into this newly created account. And this account is actually owned by the NFT itself, as you can see. So now I have this link. What can I do with this link? So I can send it, for example, to someone like this. But in this case, let's just claim it right away. And I'm going to actually also create a completely fresh wallet. So let me add a new account. You can see it's completely empty. And of course, I need to connect it here as well. So this is the pack. You can see this claim link actually open the pack, and we can see already what is inside. We connected our wallet already, which is this completely fresh one that I just created. Next, we need to sign a message. So this is to prevent front running and to make sure that actually it arrives at our address as well. And next up, I can confirm the claim. And in this case, I don't need to sign any transaction anymore because when I press this button, the transaction will be sent through the relayer. So that's it. It's sending to the relayer. And in a few seconds, we should see the hash. And we have been unpacked. If I open my wallet, you can see I have the ETH. And if I observe the transaction, you can see it has been unpacked into our wallet. So yeah, Pax is a tool. It gives users choice and protocols on how to share assets in the Web3 space, bringing more real-life use cases into the on-chain world. Like imagine sending assets or NFTs with a simple link through instant messages, DMs, emails. Send your newsletter readers an NFT. You don't need to ask every single one of them for the address. Just send packs. On-chain gift cards, on-chain loot boxes for games. What about on-chain merch? At conferences, give away some packs so your users can get right into trying out your new app or ecosystem. And for new users, packs can make the onboarding process simple. If I want to onboard someone, I would just create onboarding packs with all the necessities that one might need to start exploring the ecosystem. Now onto the tech. Essentially, we're using three components: smart contracts, the front end, and the relay. We've built packs using ERC721s, so they're standard NFTs, but they own accounts thanks to the new standard ERC6551. The contracts are modular, currently supporting NFTs and tokens to be packed up. But more use cases and logic can be added in the future, for instance, on what should happen on packing or claiming. The frontend is built with Next.js, and the relayer is a simple API server with a wallet that connects to an RPC and is responsible for claiming the pack on behalf of the user. And so far, we have deployed on Polygon ZK EVM testnet, Scroll Sepolia, and Mantle testnet as part of this hackathon. So this is packed. Share what Web3 has to offer, onboard someone new, one pack at a time. Thank you.
Awesome. This is such a cool way to get everybody else who's not even onboarded yet to just receive some crypto and or any gift of any kind. This is amazing. Hopefully, we all get to see this live.
Yeah, exactly. Share the love. Share a pack.
Perfect. Well, Dimitri, congratulations. And that concludes our 11 finalists for ETHOnline 2023. I want to give all of them a big round of applause again. So please join me in thanking ZKVRF, Sherlock, Cryptopolis, EVM Plus, Cosmic Cowboys, Koinu, Pact, Shop Connect, Wetex, ZTF, and Bear Bonds. Now let's get to all the good stuff, which is first, I guess you can see all of the projects on Showcase page on our website. You can check out every single one of these demos, including the videos, and see their source code. But what I was trying to get to was the prizes. There's a lot of prizes being given out for this hackathon, and I know all of you have been patiently waiting to find out who won what prizes. So let's get started. We're going to give away $225,000 prizes today in the next 15 minutes. So let's get the show going. First up is Scroll. The best use of Scroll goes to ZK Email Safe, SC Bridge Account, and Pindependent. All three of these teams are going to be winning $2,000. So congratulations. Then Kindred, ZKVRF, Caravan, Gasly, ZKLC, ChainGuard, Lit Tornado, Sherlock, Clubcast, and Locker Room are the best use of Scroll winners as second place. And each of these 10 teams is going to be taking home $1,000. And the craziest one of all is the pool prize. 223 teams are going to be splitting the pool prize. So everybody listed here and potentially here is going to be splitting $4,000 amongst evenly themselves. So it's a lot of winners, and that was a hard one for the Scroll team, I bet. There's a fourth slide. So there's a lot of projects here. Congratulations to all of you for deploying something on Scroll. Next up, we have Spark. So best use of Conduit goes to Chaser, and you're going to be taking home $4,000. And LP Conduit is going to be the second place $2,000 recipient. The best use of SDI category winners are Crypto VC for $4,000, Protect for $2,000, Omni SDI for $1,000, and the runner-up Leverage SDI for $500. So congratulations to 4 of these teams. The best use of Sparkland category winners are Spark Delta Prime for $4,000, Block T5 for $2,000, and BWise, third place $500 winner. Congratulations. Then we have Mask. The most refined hack leveraging Mask is dHive, and you're going to be taking home $2,000. And the most creative application is Space Command, and you're also going to be winning $2,000. The most ambitious project using Mask Network is Crypto Post for $2,000, and Cabal Sorrel is going to be the most innovative app, social app for $1,000. Next up, Polygon. WhatsApp Wallet and SC Bridge Account are going to be the best public good with account abstraction winners, and they're each going to be taking in $1,250 each. And the best use of Polygon ID winners are Shop Connect and Trigon, and you're going to be receiving $1,250 each as well. So congratulations. The best use of ZK EVM will go to these 5 teams: ChainGuard, Onboarder, Zeppelin Finance, Laputa, and Sherlock, and you're going to be receiving $500 each. And the best LXLY Bridge ZK EVM extension goes to Nexus Network, and you're going to be taking home $2,500. Next, we have Safe. The best use of Safe core protocol winners are SafeStreet for $2,500, SafeLock for $1,500, and AutoSwapper for $1,000 third place winner. The best use of safe core for account abstraction category goes to Dripit for $2,500, Axioms for $1,500, and Discovery for third place, $1,000. Next up, UMA. The best use of UMA goes to Chaser for $5,000, and Chain Guard will be the second place, $2,000 winner. And 22 teams are going to be splitting the pool prize of $3,000. So congratulations to all 22 of these teams here for winning the UMA integration prize. Then we have Filecoin. The grand prize winners for Filecoin are Camu Lilypad, Dap Hack, and ETH Maintenance. You're each going to be taking home $2,500. And the runner-ups are Facilitation Station and Clovers, and you're each going to be receiving $1,000. Then we have Hyperlane. Hypercompute is the best use of Hyperlane, and you're going to be winning $3,000. And the two interchain app winners are ZKP Hype for first place, $2,000, and Vana Engine for second place, $1,000. Congratulations. The best use of Warp Routes goes to Banker Smith for $2,000, and the best new ISMs category winner is Hyperlane Autopilot for $2,000. Then we have Mantle, and the best DeFi hack on Mantle goes to Bear Bonds for $1,250 and Payments for $1,250 as well. So congratulations. The best NFT or gaming hack category winners are Laputa and Deadman Switch, and you're each going to be taking in $1,250. The best UX goes to Koinu and ShowUp, and you are also going to be receiving $1,250 each. And these 37 teams are going to be taking home the pool prize and splitting $2,500 amongst themselves equally. Then we have ApeCoin. The best consumer use case goes to Perks for $3,000 and Unscripted for second place, $2,000. And the most innovative apps are Split Pay for $3,000 and Any Ape for $2,000. Next up is Wormhole. ZTF is the best use of Wormhole automatic relayers category winner. You're going to be taking home $6,000. And Chain Guard is going to be receiving the $3,000 second place prize. And Tic Tac Chain is the third place $1,000 recipient for best Wormhole relayer category prize. Next up, we have Axelar. The best use of Axelar GMP goes to Bear Bonds for $3,000. Protect is the second place $1,500 recipient. And Super Wallet will be the third place $500 winner. So congratulations. Next up is Sysmo. The best use of Sysmo Connect goes to Zuko for $2,500. Congratulations. The best reputation-based service on Sysmo is going to be Axioms for $1,000. The best privacy category winner on Sysmo is ChainGuard for $1,000 as well. And the most creative use of Sysmo goes to Dino for $500. Then we have the Compound Grants program. Compensator is the best use of Compound protocol, and you're going to be taking home $5,000. Then we have Connext. The best use of Connext goes to Gasly, and you're going to be taking home $1,500. Next up is the Graph. And the best use of Graph goes to Refik for $1,000, Shout Protocol for $600, and Dashbid for $400. So congratulations to all three of these teams. The best new subgraph or substream category winners are ShowUp for $1,400, Enigma for $1,000, and Career Zen for $600, third place winners. So congratulations. The best cross-chain app, we have an error on our slides. We mixed the order. So the best cross-chain app goes to GopherRouter for Connects for $1,000, and best abstracted UX goes to Way to Pay for $1,000. Then we have XMTP. The best use of XMTP goes to Dino for $250, and Token Tutor for $150, and FlyDirect and Dino are also going to be taking in $100 each. The best use of encryption and messaging winner is DexTech for $1,500. The best use of messaging to onboard people on XMTP is Cosmic Cowboys for $1,500, and Onboarder is the best notification bridge for $1,500. Then we have Lit. Freaked is the best use of claimable keys, and Onboarder as well. And both of these teams are going to be receiving $1,000. Lit Tornado and Spiderweb are the best programmatic signing apps, and they're both going to be taking in $1,000 each. The two wildcard category winners are One Click Tap and All Hail Hates, and you're all each also going to be receiving $1,000. Then we have Chainlink. Any Ape and Chaser are the best use of CCIP functions, and you're both going to be receiving $1,500. And then Recura Pay and GRP are the Build Something Awesome category winners, and you're each going to be receiving $1,000. Then we have Push Protocol. Best all-around application on Push is ICE Alerts, and you're going to be taking home $2,000. GBP is the best hack using conditional gating, and you're going to be receiving $1,800. ETHOnline is the most creative use case for Push, and you're going to be taking home $1,200. Then we have Tableland. The best use of Tableland Studio goes to Zuko for $1,000. VibeCheck takes in second place $700, and Dino and Web3 Agent are going to be receiving $300 each. So congratulations to all four of these teams. The best use of Tableland Basin winners are Wallet Pass, Token Tutor, and GovChain Board, and you're each going to be taking home $233. And 20 teams are going to be taking $100 each by splitting the $2,000 pool prize. So congratulations to all 20 of these teams here. Next up is Aztec. Billion ZK voters is the best use of Noir, so you're going to be receiving $2,000. Noir LSP doc symbols is the best dev tool winner for $2,000, and Aztec Graphics is the best sandbox dApp, and you're going to be taking home $1,000 home. Then we have the Uniswap Foundation. So the best use of Uniswap V4 Hook goes to Perks, Delegated Liquidity, and Hook Finance, and each of you are going to be taking home $1,666. Next up is Cometh. AI Education is the best UX on Cometh, and you're going to be taking home $3,000. The best mobile app is going to be Sengli for $1,000, and Laputa is the most original application winner, and you're going to be receiving $1,000. Those were all of our winners and all of our prizes. You can check out everything now on your showcase profile, which means you'll be seeing which prizes you've won as a team, and they will also be appearing on your dashboards. And just a quick note for everybody who is going to be receiving some prize, everything that we announced here is tentative and not final, which means that over the next few weeks, we're going to be verifying everybody's source code, and Codebase is making sure that nobody cheated and everybody followed the rules. And all that will be finalized and locked in the next 3 weeks. And then all the prizes will be distributed, including your stake returns, on November 24th. So that's the deadline from here. So everything from 3 to 4 weeks is what's going to be the final time where you get to hear back on all of your prizes. So those were all the amazing prizes, and we kind of saw all the 11 finalists. So before we wrap this up and get started with our summit, I want to take a quick second to thank you and thank a lot of people that make this event possible. I want to start off with all these amazing groups listed here, but before that, I want to thank all of you hackers. This is our biggest event ever. There's 2,000 plus people that participated from about 100 countries, and it was amazing for us to see this much excitement, enjoyment, and energy over the past 3 weeks to really make this amazing. And I want to thank all of you for taking the time and building something that you were personally excited about. I also want to thank all of our amazing judges for taking the time to talk to all of these teams live and give them feedback and ask them questions about their projects and help us really look at everything that came out of this event in a very, very short amount of time. I also want to thank all of our mentors and volunteers who kind of did so much work behind the scenes to make sure that this event across 20 different time zones stays and runs smoothly, whether it's from synchronous pieces or asynchronous pieces of this event. Everything is thanks to everybody listed here. I also want to give a massive shout out to all of our speakers, which is our summit speakers, our workshop speakers, and everybody who shared incredible knowledge about what they are excited about in this space and how you think about what's going to be exciting, whether it's a theme or something technical, or simply just getting feedback on what's happening right now. And this is going to be a massive slide with all of our amazing partners. So many people work behind the scenes for every single protocol in this space to make this event possible. And I want to thank all of them here. And last but not least, I want to give a massive shout out to the rest of the global team: Vince, Vikram, George, Wilbur, Maggie, Nuno, Fred, Polly, Rory, Uchi, Minnie, Anna, Moaz, Emily, Andrew, and Jacob. That's the team that runs everything behind the scenes to make sure that you have the best experience across the world, whether it's in person or asynchronously. And I want to make sure that they get the recognition that they deserve. Those were all the thank yous. So let's go back to our 11 finalists. We saw 11 teams here, and we call them our finalists. But if this is your first time attending an ETH Global event, you may not know this, but we make sure that our hackathons are not designed to be competitions. The goal here is to get people excited about what's happening in Web3. And as a result, what we prioritize is giving people the opportunity to showcase something that they're passionate about. And instead of having first, second, and third, we kind of stop at the finalist level. And that means everybody who presented here today, all those 11 teams, officially came in first. So in addition to anything that they may have won from any of our partners, each team member from each of those teams will also be receiving 500 USDC per member from the global side as a thank you for building something absolutely incredible over the course of this month. But that's not all. We're going to actually do a lot more than just 500 USDC. So every team member will also be receiving 10 Sepolia ETH to make testing everything on staging and testnets way easier for all of you. We're also going to be giving an ENS domain to every single person from each of those 11 teams. If you are coming to any of our Pragma events in person this year, you get an automatic entry and you have to buy that ticket. If you are interested in getting a wallet and a hardware wallet, you get $100 off from the Grid Lattice wallet per member. And if you are also not already on Lens, you'll also be given early access to the Lens protocol and you'll be able to claim your handle. And last but not least, you will also be receiving a $500 flight reimbursement to any of our in-person events this year, which is ETH Global Istanbul and ETH India. This will apply to per member and for one event of these two. So you get all of that and any of the other prizes you may have won from any of our partners. And I want to congratulate all of you one more time. So with this, let's wrap up the hackathon and let's get ready for our summit. So last thing I want to remind everybody here is that we got a few more things this year left to go. So you can still meet us all in person in Istanbul in 3 weeks at DevConnect. That's happening on November 17th to 19th. And our last event of the year is going to be ETH India, which is also going to be our biggest in-person hackathon so far. So you can apply to all those events on our website, and you can head over to ethglobal.com to learn more about the details and everything else you need to know to be at any of those events. So congratulations to everybody, all 2,000 of you who participated at the hackathon. And with this, I want to thank everybody for the most incredible ETHOnline we've done so far. It's been 4 years since this has been going on, and this keeps getting bigger and better every year. So thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to get us started with our summit. So the next 2 hours are going to be about talking about the impact of Ethereum. We have an incredible lineup here of amazing speakers. And today is the last summit for this event. So let's get started. The summit's going to look like as follows. We're going to bring on Sana to talk about UNICEF Crypto Fund and how UNICEF is leveraging everything that's happening in the Web3 ecosystem to make their mission be more accessible to everybody else. Then Ayodeji is going to be talking about what's happening with the developer movement in Africa and why Ethereum needs Africa's developers. Then Azim from Gitcoin is going to be talking about how to run grants at scale and all the initiatives that Gitcoin network has been implementing and what they're doing for impact. Then we're going to have a fireside chat with Liam and Yele to talk about the impact of USD stablecoins and how that's affecting economies in the rest of the world. Then Paul Brody from EY is going to be talking about the business impact Ethereum's been having in the enterprise and finance world. And our last talk for the day will be Scott Moore talking about Ethereum and coordination at scale and the impact that this can have across the world. So that's enough of me. We're going to see all of these amazing speakers come on for the next few hours. So let's get started with our very first talk. I want to bring on Sana to talk about the UNICEF Crypto Fund. Sana, welcome.
Hi, Karthik. Thank you so much for having me here. And a very, very, very big congratulations to all the finalists of the hackathon.
Thank you.
So, well, I'm going to get started with just why I'm here in the first place. So, my name is Sana Bedi. I work with the UNICEF Office of Innovation. I specifically work with the team which is called UNICEF's Venture Fund. We are a VC within the UN agency. And very often we're asked why we do what we do and why we're here. So, as you all know, half the world is not connected to the internet. We work in a world, in a reality where there are a large number of digital solutions which are being created, and yet many don't have access to these solutions. And even when they do have access to these solutions, these solutions may not be designed necessarily to solve or consider their unique realities or their unique situations. And it's exciting to see and hear from your solutions, because that's the way forward, and that's the way to see how we have local solutions from all over the world addressing challenges that are being faced globally. And so at the UNICEF Office of Innovation, we see ourselves positioned to work at a global scale, but be able to leverage $100 billion industries that have the potential to impact a large number of lives. Now, what we mean by that is, how can we, as a UN organization agency, be able to leverage frontier technologies such as blockchain and cryptocurrency, drones, AI, machine learning, data science, along with other frontier technologies, to be able to create radical change for children. So, how can technology help us do what we want to do, but do it better, do it faster, and solve challenges that are facing children, but also UNICEF as an organization? And how can we move faster in what we want to do? And so at UNICEF, we launched a venture fund, which is a $35 million pooled funding vehicle. This fund essentially is designed to invest in open source frontier tech solutions, which are based in developing nations or emerging markets. And our focus is, of course, as I mentioned, on looking at technologies and solutions that are far from core programming. When I mean core programming, I mean solutions that are already tested and we know they already work. So what we want to invest in is solutions that are not already available in the market, or that are a little bit on the early side, so that we're preparing them and growing them to become sustainable platforms. So we're a $35 million fund, and we also hold 8 Bitcoin, 2,527 ETH. And that's sort of what brings us here, which is not just our investment in blockchain solutions, but also our ability and capacity to accept, hold, and disperse cryptocurrency. So what makes UNICEF unique, and what makes the UNICEF Venture Fund different from another VC, is, of course, our focus on building technologists and entrepreneurs to drive capital, financial resources, innovative financial models to markets that don't see enough of such funding. We exclusively and only invest in open source solutions. So when I say that, we believe that open source is more scalable, more adaptable, and that's smart business. We also have a very strong focus on smart investing. By smart investing, we meant and launched it as a strategy to invest in female-led and founded companies. And we're proud to say today that 43% of our portfolio is female-led or founded. And we're working very hard to strengthen these numbers to reach a balanced 50%. But beyond that, we have had now, the Smart Investing Initiative has been around for a few years, and we have been challenged to expand the definition of what we mean by smart investing. So we now not only want to invest in female founders, we want to expand our definition of gender to look at LGBTQ communities, to also have investments in founders that are persons who identify as persons with disabilities, to look at age, and really be able to strengthen what we mean and what we hold ourselves accountable to as our key performance indicators when we talk about smart investing. And last but not the least, of course, there's the crypto fund. And I'll come to that in just a few minutes. At the venture fund, we make investments in startups in 2 stages. There are 2 ticket sizes. You can apply to the fund for $100,000 in funding, which is for seed funding. Now, companies which are eligible for the seed funding have received funding from the venture fund at the seed stage, but are showcasing promising results, do have the option and the ability to get additional funding from us and get growth funding anywhere between $200,000 to $400,000. And we provide this growth funding for one of 2 purposes. The first being we see that these solutions could expand their product offerings. And then the second one is to conduct deployments to really be able to scale pilots that you've developed at the seed stage. Now, this funding doesn't come alone. We have a very extensive technical mentorship program. It looks like just 2 words in the slide, but we actually have 7 different thematic areas and streams of technical assistance, which includes, of course, working very closely with our blockchain team, in-house team of front-end and back-end developers. We have open source mentors, also mentors for impact measurement, data privacy, trust, diversity, equity, inclusion, and most importantly, impact measurement. So that's the complete package. And it's not a standard one-size-fits-all incubation program. It's a very personalized one where we try to understand the particular needs of a solution and then try to provide support to address challenges that you may be facing in scaling your solutions. To date, we've made 146 investments. So these investments are, of course, as you can see, in emerging markets. I mentioned we have a big range of investments also in female founders. And we invest, of course, across thematic areas. So we have a large range of thematic focus areas that we invest in, which of course align very well with the Sustainable Development Goals. We have solutions in education, health, job matching, and decent work and economic opportunity. And also a large number of our investments are actually in industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And you'll see what I mean by that in just a minute. So on the programmatic side, we have solutions such as this is an AI solution, actually. It's a solution that helps improve children's cognitive skills. It's an adaptive learning AI model, and it's based in Mexico. This solution, of course, very much aligned with education, is actually, we invested in them in 2018. The company is now scaling its solution across the Latin American continent, and have signed actually a contract with the government of Guatemala to scale their solution to 1.5 million children. They've developed 2 games actually with UNICEF. One is called Toby, which is the cognitive skills. They've developed a second one, which is on math skills. But what's more interesting, and when I was saying on innovation in industry, is the key sort of infrastructure solutions that we invest in. And I think a lot of blockchain solutions really fit that lens. This is a solution from India. It's called Statwig. We invest in this company also actually at the end of 2018. And we invest in them to help us track vaccines all the way from manufacturers to hospitals and consumers. They provide end-to-end tracking. And this solution is being used and actually is now being used even by UNICEF in different country offices for vaccines. But the same solution has also been used by the government of India for tracking rice bags. So rice bags from farmers to government distribution centers. And what that does is really showcases how blockchain technology can be used for multiple purposes, as it's the underlying layer that can be cross-sectoral and help address a large number of problems across different areas. Now, the venture fund, of course, as I mentioned, was launched in 2014. we have been around for a while, so we are able to now talk about what results look like. As seed stage companies, we don't always see these results, and it takes us a while to be able to reach a point where we can talk about beneficiaries. But we are now able to say that these seed stage companies over the years have been able to grow, sustain themselves, and scale. And as of today, we have 41.5 million beneficiaries across 6 sectors. We've also seen that 56 UNICEF country offices, so UNICEF is a big organization. It's working for children. It's present in 159 program countries. By program countries here, I of course mean emerging markets. So we have a large number of offices, and we're seeing clear pathways of scale for blockchain solutions to be picked by these country offices to solve challenges that they're facing on a day-to-day basis. Our companies have also been successful in raising follow-on funding. So they've actually been able to generate 2.6x the funding that we've made in these companies. So we're really seeing the fund being catalytic in driving financing to markets that don't usually see such funding. And we're also excited to share that 64% of the portfolio is generating revenue, and 40% of companies are actually profitable at the moment. Another sort of pathway that we're seeing emerge for the fund is that a large number, not large, but at least 7 companies from the portfolio, which is about 8% of our portfolio, have actually been acquired or have successfully exited. And this ranges anywhere between 6 million to 74 million. It's a wide range, but we're really seeing a big sort of push in these solutions being open source, but being scalable and being sort of acquired and growing into much bigger solutions, in their journeys. So as I mentioned, the 56 country offices that are using our solutions, I'm just going to maybe share a couple examples here. So one and these are on purpose, not blockchain related, because we have a few of those coming up. But here I'd like to share, there's one particular example, which is actually a chatbot builder that we invested in Brazil. And the chatbot builder code, because it was created as an open source tool, is actually supporting now, just by themselves, they're actually supporting 35 different country offices for various different chatbots that UNICEF requires, caters to in different markets. Bebo is an example of a solution, which is a chatbot builder, which is for early childhood development for parents. So it helps them and provides them on advice for looking after children. They actually also support a large number of other chatbots. There's one on menstruation. There's one on just violence, online violence. There's also one on online safety. So there's a large number of use cases. Another example here is that of Cloudline. And here is a drone that I'm talking about, which Cloudline is a company based in South Africa. They've actually created a airship, and this airship is being used to deliver medical supplies in remote areas. And they're actually conducting pilots with a couple of UNICEF country offices, in some cases to develop breast milk, in some cases to develop vaccines or life-saving supplies. And now coming to more of the interesting part on our blockchain exploration. So blockchain, I don't expect you to have a look at this whole slide with all the sort of info here. The reason I'm actually sharing this is because we want to share that at UNICEF, we've actually been exploring and experimenting with blockchain use cases since 2015. We started on very early. We were conducting a lot of internal prototyping. We had our blockchain team back then as well, and has only grown over time. We started, of course, cautiously and slowly to understand the technology, to build our own knowledge and capacity to understand the tech and see how we can leverage it for UNICEF. we then started making investments in solutions through the venture fund in blockchain solutions. Later in 2019, we actually launched the first crypto fund. And since then, we've been exploring new and different use cases. So on just the different cohorts that we've invested in, we've exclusively invested in 3 specific blockchain cohorts. But we also have invested as part of other cohorts, say, for instance, on climate or on, on education and health. We've also invested in some blockchain solutions, but 3 specific ones we had on blockchain. The first one was more around digital certification, supply chain. That's where Statwick came from, transparent funding and impact investing. The second one was exclusively on financial inclusion, which was looking at remittances, humanitarian cash transfers, something that we're still extremely interested in and looking to grow our solutions and our offerings in. And most recently, we've actually invested in a cohort on digital inclusion. This one's really looking at automated payments, improving financial flows, generating transparency, and leveraging smart contracts for payment of automated payments for resources that are being provided, especially in UNICEF context. I would like to also share that the fintech cohort has actually been one of the most successful and fastest growing portfolios that we've had at the venture fund across technology areas. And I think that's really representative and reflective of where the blockchain industry and blockchain ecosystem is at. We saw within the 12-month period of investment, the portfolio was actually able to generate $4 million in follow-on funding within that year. We had one company that was acquired, which was Leaf Global Fintech. We also had different sort of portfolio collaborations where companies were working together. Again, a very strong reflection of the blockchain ecosystem. We had actually the very first company to give back to the fund, and of course had over 700,000 beneficiaries reached in that year. So here's a snapshot of some of the companies. You'll see we had one, which is BX Smart Labs from Mexico, which is actually decentralized saving circles. Very basic concept on chain, making it so much more efficient and transparent. Kotani Pay, actually, they recently raised $2 million. They're a company based in Kenya, an on-ramp, off-ramp for crypto, doing exceedingly well and really a leader of the cohort of this cohort in many ways. Another one that we find super exciting, and is also the one that actually gave back to the fund, there's a slide on that, is Xcapit. They're actually a gamified savings platform. I'll come to how they actually did the return to the funds. And then there's RoomSun. RoomSun is particularly interesting for us because, as I mentioned, they're working on the digital cash and voucher assistance management system. And here you'll see is an example. They graduated from the fund back in 2022, and they actually were contracted in response to the floods in Nepal to provide cash transfer assistance and support in collaboration with the Nepali government and the UNICEF country office to essentially use on-chain tokenized transfers so that they can make sure that they're reaching a large number of beneficiaries in a much faster and quicker time period. And so they were actually able to reach 1,900 households, which was over 10,000 beneficiaries and included over, I believe, 2,000 children. And the main sort of success of this use case was that they were able to bring down the transaction time, which normally takes a few days, to 28 seconds. And for us, that was a really sort of powerful representation of what we can do with blockchain technology. Oh, here are the stats. So you can see the women impacted, reaching unbanked beneficiaries. They also actually integrated with the different sort of systems to ensure they could reach beneficiaries using SMS. They actually also integrated with an IVR system, which is an integrated voice response system, so that for those who are unable to read, are not literate, they were able to reach them as well by sharing voice messages, so that they could understand how to use the token, how do they redeem it, where do they go, how do they actually get cash and get the cash transfer in their hands. This is actually the return that I was talking about. Xcapit, the company from Argentina, they actually did an NFT sale, and while the value was little, I think what was very important for us was the concept of having a venture fund investee find a new way of giving back to the fund. So the venture fund actually does not take equity. If I didn't say that before, we see our return on investment as the open source IP that's generated during the investment period. So for us to see a venture fund investee see the value in the fund and then sort of give back to the fund was actually a really incredible sort of milestone. We then in 2022 invested in the digital inclusion cohort. And this cohort, I think, really helps us sort of move away and look beyond even reaching the unbanked populations into seeing how we can do business and do it faster and do it more transparently across our systems. And so we have Convexity, which is from Nigeria. They've developed Chat, which is again a digital cash and voucher assistance platform. We also have WeCare, which is from the Democratic Republic of Congo. They're actually looking at seeing how they can direct remittances towards healthcare on chain. A pretty interesting use case, but also a pretty complex one, considering the different intermediaries involved as well as regulations. And then we have Xmesh and InvestTools. They're actually working very closely to see how we can incentivize internet service providers using blockchain technology and using the benefits of blockchain technology in different ways to improve and enhance connectivity in remote areas. So really helping us drive our mission forward in really, really unique ways. I also wanted to bring here just to show you an example of what it would mean to not just be a part of a blockchain cohort. So we've just invested in a cohort of climate action companies, as we call them. There are 8 companies from 8 countries, but 2 of the 8 are actually blockchain solutions. So I've brought them in here. One of them is Zed Labs. They're from Trinidad and Tobago, and they're essentially developing a community token, which is backed or is essentially to reward positive actions or climate positive actions. But what they're also doing is testing use cases with geo NFTs, both very interesting for UNICEF and for us to see how we can leverage again for our programmatic purposes. And the second one is Isis Farms from Uganda, and they're building they're actually experimenting with a parametric insurance use case to see how they could have a blockchain-based insurance platform to provide automated insurance for smallholder farmers at the time of a climate disaster. So again, it's a very interesting way for us to see how we as an organization can push blockchain technology solutions to be used for very core programmatic areas at UNICEF. And with that, is a little bit adjustment on the slide, but coming to just our crypto fund, we launched the crypto fund in 2019 with the purpose of being able to leverage not just the efficiency and transparency of cryptocurrencies, but really to be able to see how we can tap into new resources, how we can use crypto for programmatic purposes, as you're seeing in the blockchain tokenized aid assistance, but also we're keen to look at crypto aid assistance solutions as well. But more importantly, and something that's the most important for us when we launched the crypto fund, was really to be able to see how we as UNICEF can build UNICEF's institutional muscle memory in operating in a digital future or a digitally financed future. And so that's been something that's super important to us at the crypto fund and at the venture fund. We've of course been able to, not surprising to this audience, I'm sure, be able to leverage 100% on the transparency, show to our donors how we are moving our funding. We require companies to spend their investment in crypto as well. So providing end-to-end transparency on the flow of crypto. And coming just towards the end, I'd like to really call out the opportunity that we've had for our startups and in essentially leveraging innovative financial models. We had a Gitcoin round for quadratic funding for 10 of our companies. So 10 companies that were actually registered as certified open source solutions participated with us and with Gitcoin in a quadratic funding round, and we actually put out a 50 ETH matching pool, and were able to leverage 15,500 individual contributions, raising an additional 67.5 ETH and close to 15,000 DAI in this pilot that we conducted together. I already spoke with you on just cash transfers, but the reason we're particularly interested in exploring crypto-based transfers is, of course, looking at visibility, the end-to-end visibility it provides us, reducing the time significantly. As I told you, just even tokenizing it brought the time down to 28 seconds. And lastly, the cost. By eliminating and subtracting intermediaries from our cash transfer programs, we're really able to also benefit on the cost side. And with that, I just want to put out a call to action. We are always keen to work with blockchain developers, to work with the ecosystem and the community. We are always looking at technical collaborations on our crypto and cash transfer work. We're looking at staking and other innovative financial modeling opportunities. And most importantly, also on our smart contract auditing capabilities. And at the venture fund, you always have the opportunity to be able to apply to an open call for funding. We do provide the $100,000 in both cryptocurrency and fiat. So at any point in time, please feel free, if you do have a solution that is connected to children or can impact the lives of children in a positive way, to apply to us with your solution. And with that, we are done for everything related to the crypto fund. You can go to our website, which is unicefventurefund.org, in case you're keen to learn more about our programming. You can also go to our crypto fund, which is cryptofund.unicef.io, to actually see the movement of funds, to see the solutions we've invested in, and also to be able to track the end-to-end movement of all of the crypto we've received so far.
So this was amazing. Thank you. I want to take a couple minutes here and ask you a few questions, if that's okay. And
sure.
One thing that was very fascinating to hear was you mentioned that you measure your ROI in the IP generated from open source. Could you give us a better intuition for if a founder is interested in receiving funding from UNICEF here, what is it that they should think about? What should they aim for here? And how does that lens kind of apply to how you make a decision and how they should think about when they are qualified to come to you?
Absolutely. So for the venture fund, it's really important for us to be able to see that there's an MVP. There needs to be at least an MVP developed. So we want to see a minimum viable product. We want to be able to see that you've thought through what you want to do. We do have a very strong technical team that looks at the code. So following the best practices on coding is something that we're a little bit picky on. We want to see that. We need to see the repository, and we need to understand how you're going to open source license the solution, and which components are going to be open source licensed. Because that is such an integral part, and because we don't take equity and that's our return, we do like to see all the code that's developed during the investment period to be licensed. And so that's one big area. And I would say in general, in terms of the application, looking at potential use cases and like sharing with us the vision of how they're actually going to achieve those use cases is something that we also want to see. Like, how well can you think through and project where the solution is going to go and how it's going to reach the intended beneficiaries? If we see that, that's usually convincing. And we also actually ask for a 2-minute video. If you give us that video, that's a great way to actually get our team's attention really quickly and prioritize your solution. So I would say those would be my main sort of tips.
Amazing. This just sounds like a more professional version of one of our hackathons. This is great. In those scenarios, is it based off of a wish list or criteria that you have on hand? We want to see these technologies be available, or what's kind of the framework that it's optimized?
Yeah, so absolutely. So I should mention that we actually launch 2 to 3 calls for applications every year. Those calls essentially guide what we're looking for. So we just closed one actually 7 days ago. That one was focused on health, mental health, and nutrition. The one before that was on climate. And actually, the next one, which is going to be launched in February, is specifically actually going to be blockchain based. So it's going to be for blockchain solutions, looking at privacy, trust, security. That's really going to be the theme. We're going to dive into sort of multi-party computation solutions. We're going to look at zero knowledge proof based solutions. And then we're also looking at further strengthening our crypto programming, crypto humanitarian aid programming. So we're also interested in solutions in that space. So if you have solutions in those areas, then definitely look out around Feb. That's when we're going to be launching the next big call. But if there's any solution on a past call, you can still apply. We accept applications on a rolling basis. So that's the good thing, because we still review solutions even when we're not actively putting out a call. So, or check the website to see what the next call is. Else, if you have a good solution and you think it's reaching children, we're always interested to hear.
Amazing. And kind of the other piece here is, for the crypto fund specifically, is it a key requirement that the company must be building open source in crypto, or do they just need to leverage blockchains for a lot of the applications of what they're offering as a product?
It needs to be open source. It needs to definitely be open source, yes.
Amazing. Well, I want to thank you for taking the time to talk about all the things that have been happening on your end, and we'll kind of send out a call for everybody who participates in the hackathon to also learn more about this and ideally push some amazing applications.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us. We look forward to receiving applications from your from all your ecosystem.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And
thank you.
With that, we are ready for our next talk. So we'll kind of just get prepped in a second for our next speaker, but I want to introduce Io from, Web3. Let's back up. A few months ago, ETH Global did a trip to Nigeria and Kenya, and we spent the time there to learn about what's happening in the Web3 ecosystem there. And not only were we amazed by all the activity that's going on, but we also got to finally meet hundreds of developers who've been part of our events through online events for the past few years. And through this, we went to check out Web3 Bridge. And Io is the founder of Web3 Bridge, and they do something absolutely incredible. They teach people the basics of getting started with building smart contracts. And this is an in-person multi-week long school where you get to work with everybody in a cohort and get hands-on knowledge about going from zero to a smart contract developer. And as we were kind of talking about and thinking about how do we measure impact, we wanted to make sure we get to cover a lot of the rest of the world that's also doing this, and what's going on and how are we creating these initiatives and who are these people behind these initiatives. So I'm super excited to welcome Web3 Bridge here to talk about why Ethereum needs Africa's developers. So whenever you're ready, we'll have you turn on your camera and we'll get this going. So good to see you here again, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kartik. Good to see you again, and nice to see you in Nigeria like 2 months ago. And I'm sure it was an exciting trip for you.
I've never been more impressed by the developer community.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and good evening from Lagos. Sorry about the lightning. I'm still doing a lot of renovation in my studio, so not a good one. But then happy to be speaking today about why Ethereum needs Africa. And before going into why Ethereum, I'll just do a little bit of an introduction about myself. My name is Awushikayo Deji. I'm the founder of Web3 Bridge. Web3 was founded in 2019 as an offshoot of 1 million developer core that was made by Joseph Lubin after DEFCON 5. So I saw an innocent tweet. Okay, I was following DEFCON 5 on Twitter, and I saw the call about a million dev by Joseph. And in that on that tweet, I made a comment that African has the intellect and the population to make 1 million developer happen. And someone saw the tweet and reached out, and that was how Web3 Bridge became a team. Started 500 Nigerian devs for Ethereum. Our goal at the time was to only train 500 developers for Ethereum as part of the 1 million developer we needed to train. But then it's been an amazing run since 2019. It is the vision, the program became 4 years last this month on the 4th, and we've trained over 150 Web3 developers. I'm happy to say that for each ETH Global hackathon that has happened, one person from Nigeria, from West Africa, that have come to Web3 Bridge has been there. So let's quickly talk about why Ethereum in Africa before we talk more about the impact at Web3 Bridge. So Africa has 54 countries, and we have a very young population, which means that we are energetic people. Our population keeps growing because people keep giving birth to young children every time. And at each point, Africa is being treated like as a consumer. But the blockchain and Web3 has made us understand that we are no more consumers. We want more. An average African, an average Nigerian, for example, wants more in the sense that they want to make money, they want to be able to contribute, they want to be able to put their voice out. And this has been practicalized over the years. We've been training developers for 4 years. And it's amazing to see that these guys have the energy to drive and put Africa on the spotlight. We've trained developers across Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. And these guys are each day doing something great. So what exactly do we need these people? These people need Ethereum. Ethereum need them because we have the numbers. The numbers we have here are Africa is one place that you can feel the impact of Web3. Are you talking about the Bitcoin adoption? I think the last statistics this shows, even for MetaMask, this shows that the largest download for MetaMask come from Africa and Nigeria specifically, because these people are hungry for more. To send, I was on a group this evening where someone was asking for who has a platform to send money from Nigeria to Cameroon, for example. So Nigeria needs, Africa as a whole needs blockchain because we are going to be the biggest user of this solution. We are the one that is using USDT because we have a dollar problem in the continent. In Nigeria, for example, Naira keeps growing up and down, but then as they're just making these people users, these people's energy is needed to also grow Ethereum because they have energy. The population is there. For example, if there is a solution, let's say solution like MetaMask Trust Wallet and all of these solutions are adopted as much as that in Nigeria and Africa. And I can tell you honestly that we have less than 20% of Nigerians or Africans that have gotten used to what blockchain is, what Web3 is. So imagine we have 50%. Automatically, our 1 million drive. I think almost every chain are now doing 1 1 billion users. 1 billion users will not come from Europe. Truth, because the population is here. So 1 billion users will come from Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Zimbabwe. These are where the numbers will come from, because we have the humanitarian needs, we have the industrial need, we have all of these needs. So imagine that we can break our technology into this ecosystem. Automatically, our users are just sure because they are there. The marketing is easy. The fund of marketing is not so much as we spend in Europe, because like the billboards are not so expensive. You know that they are not so expensive. So the population is there for Ethereum to use. Also the boldness, like I've over the years we've had people say African prince, African prince, African prince. But then these guys are not just Africans that are doing all of these things. But honestly, it's just because these guys are bold. Like they can boldly walk into a room and like, here, we are Nigerians, we are Africans, this is what we are, this is what we can do, and all of those. So we need to harness this energy and bring them into the ecosystem. I've seen guys who came into Web3, for example, less than 1 year, started contributing to different layer 2s in Ethereum. And these guys are not just contributing as developers, no, they are also like writing PRs for documentations and all of those stuff. And they're getting matched because they have the boldness to say, okay, I can think this through, I can learn this through. And in less than 1 year as blockchain developers, they are contributing this much. So imagine that these guys get to become protocol developers. Let's see what they are going to bring to the table. Now, perspective. I'm sure a number of there was a joke that happened on Twitter, like on X, last week, where someone from the Bitcoin community was saying Africans are like living in the mud and all. It shows that a number of people don't really know how African is. So while we are writing our EIPs, while we are writing our protocols, our roll-ups, they did not factor in most Africans. But then we need more African into the protocol system, into the organization, so that they can bring the perspective that tells about, okay, this is who we are. We have different markets. So we captured Europe because we know, oh, Europe has this, that. LATAM is also almost well represented now. We need to have more Africans that tell the story, so that when you are writing an EIP, they can tell you, okay, so this node needs this to work because this is what this is going to work near. This is how this is going to. So we need the perspective from Africa. And that's why I believe that Africa needs Ethereum needs Africa. And I believe that, so since the layer, so I think the layer 2 talk started sometimes 2 months ago or 3 months ago. As in layer 2 talk, I've seen quite a number of Africans, incredible Africans, come contribute, like seeing developers come and go through Web3 Bridge and other sister partners that we have. We partner with universities, we partner with different like organizations in Nigeria, across Africa. I think we're doing something with Web3 Africa. We're working with Web3 ladies, working with Memory. All of these projects are working day and night to bring more developers into the ecosystem. What that does is, for more African developers we bring into the system, we are bringing new perspective. We are bringing people who understand their own environment, and they can redefine DeFi in the way DeFi is into how the system works. There are a lot of things that happen in Africa that doesn't happen in Europe, for example, the Esusu, the Ajo, like all of these things. I believe that one of the success story of DAOs we've had are not from this environment, because most of the DAO system are not designed to like understand this environment. But then if we can incorporate the cooperative societies that have been within the African continent from centuries and bring it into the DAO system, we see how successful this is going to work. So this perspective is one of the things that we need to bring into Ethereum, bring into other layer 2s. So I believe that Africa needs Ethereum and Ethereum needs Africa, because not just the population. Like I kept seeing us talk about, like, I'm actually very fascinated to see about the 1 million developers tried. And as much as possible, every African is looking for, in Web3 now, they're looking for how do they contribute. All of us, like personally, my story is very funny because I came in chasing airdrop in 2017. And 2018, I decided, no, I'm not going to chase airdrop anymore. I'm going to contribute. And contributing into this space have not just made me own Web3 Bridge. I've worked with projects, Hydro, Push, like I've done all of these things. And while I was doing that, I was like, okay, so this is the solution we have here. how do we domesticate the solution? Because we need to take the solution to our people. And for every developer that I've seen that have come through, everyone has come through in different ways. It's easy to say, okay, we want this person to contribute based on this and this, but then everyone in Africa has a different story to tell. Every African country has different specifics that are specific to them. Someone from Ghana is a bit different from someone from Nigeria. Someone from Kenya is very different from someone from Uganda. And we cannot assume that because we work with someone from Nigeria, for example, we have it. So it's someone from every of this country, any of this continent, so that we can have a perspective change. Good news is that we have now online communities where everyone belongs to, and we can now share cultures and traditions. We need the population in Africa. We need the perspective. There's a saying that Africa is poor, but you know the good part is that Africa is not poor. The resources we have in Africa alone is enough to make the world boom. But then there's a need for reinvestment here. Africa is one place where impact will come. Like Africa is one place where we get impact. The impact here is like, if you do, I've seen a lot of people say, oh, we're doing X million, whatever in this place. But then if you put $1 million in African markets, for example, to onboard not just developers, but say you want to onboard Web3 people, you'll be shocked that these Web3 people that you onboard as community managers in another 1 year are already aspiring by themselves without being motivated to become protocol developers. Now, these protocol developers are already thinking, okay, what next? So I've done it all, I've seen it all, what next? So we need that perspective. We need Africans that are able to read Vitalik's papers and are able to like break them down into bits and like, okay, so we've read about quadratic funding. What's quadratic funding doing generally? Like I love the way Kevin breaks down these documents. But then we need more Africans that understand this, that breaks it down. That is when Ethereum becomes like a voice. Like coming to Africa, you see that a lot of chains that are not EVM chains are doing well here because they understand what the market is. Like, for example, the market share that Binance have in Africa, I'm not sure any other protocol has it anywhere. Ethereum needs Africans to penetrate this. Like we need to trust Africans to do this. And while we do that, we'll be surprised at the result. And I tell people, it's not just about now. Like one of the issues I've seen us have in the community is that we want to have like, okay, what's the result going to be now? Is a long-term goal. What's the long-term goal of Ethereum in Africa? We want to onboard 1 million developer in Africa. In how many years? 15 years, 20 years. How do we want to break it down? What's our 6 months, 5 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years focus that will get us to that point? If Web3 Bridge alone has trained over 150 developers directly in 4 years, and we have jointly with other project partners trained almost 800, 600 people that are now like working as developers, researchers, DevRel, and all of those stuff. Imagine we have Web3 Bridge all across Africa, like 54 countries in Africa. Let's say we divide into zone, the English-speaking country, the Francophone, or do the East, the West division, and we have Web3 Bridge duplicated in all of these systems. We'll be shocked at the results we will see. We'll be shocked at the reward we will see from the grant level, like the product we will see, the quality of the product we will see is going to be more. Like we have on board in Nigeria, for example. We've had a laser P and all of this stuff. We need more of this. How do we get more of these guys? These guys are going to be the ones to onboard the Africans because they understand the African market. Most of our layer 2 protocols, most of our protocols per se, do not really understand what's on ground. I'm happy that we've started having people come in. Now, it's also like very shocking that most of the guys from Africa find it hard to go out to Europe, to the United States of America, to talk about what is happening on ground, because visa is even one problem. Like I've seen over 7% that were denied visa for DevConnect, for example. And these guys needed to have their voice over there. So we need to also start bringing these events down Africa to discuss, not just do a Telegram thing. A lot of things go missing in Telegram and Discord because a lot of assumptions. But when you come on the ground, you can see the impact yourself. It's easy when you drop like a drop of water here. You see the impact more because the level is dry, it's sandy, and you can see how the sand is absorbing the water. That's why I believe that Ethereum needs Africa, because Africa has the population and I still maintain the intellect to give Ethereum a new shape. I'm seeing my friend and brother Sean of Polytop Lab is doing very amazing stuff on the protocol level. And that's our goal. We need to get so many people into that level. And imagine that we get so many African, let's say we have 50 protocol developers from Africa that are working on Ethereum, core Ethereum protocol. If you imagine that perspective. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if there are. And for impact, Web3 Bridge has done so amazing well. We have, I'm sure for each ETH Global hackathon, you have a Web3 Bridge alumni there. I'm sure for every protocol, every Discord group, you have Web3 Bridge alumni there, either the one that finishes or the one that came through, that learned through Web3 Bridge. So I'm happy to see us making global changes. I believe that in another 2 years, the story from Africa is going to change, because in 2 years, we're going to have a number of Africans. We've had 150 from Web3 Bridge, 300 from other places. We need to get to a point where we have more protocol guys. Like, they've done Solidity, they've done this, that. Let's get them to protocol. Let's put them together. Let's give them the access. Let's give them the funding. Let's give them the community. Sometimes they don't even need funding. They need the community that opens to them, that's ready to like push their ideas. Let's push their product, and we'll be shocked at the results we see in the community and the ecosystem in 5 years. Thank you very much.
That was amazing, and you made a really great case for this, because the best thing about this is it's not just a vision, you have the data to back it. This is where we're headed, and you're doing so much to actually make this happen. We have a few minutes here, so I'm just going to actually have you talk a little bit more. Let's actually focus on what Web3 Bridge is doing. I believe you have something you wanted to share on like what the actual program looks like and the whole setup. So maybe can we spend a couple minutes and talk about what is the program? How does the whole program work? What do you teach? What qualifies people, and effectively for everybody listening from Nigeria, what they can do to find more about it and be part of the next cohort.
All right, thank you very much. So Web3 Bridge has been, our focus is to train blockchain developers, Web3 developers.
Maybe just can we get the screen sharing working, or would you like us to start that on our side? Because I
don't know. The screen share?
We're going to share a document, so I just want to make sure that we're not running into any issues there. Otherwise, we can try to pull it out.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Perfect.
The impact. Okay, let's do it. All right, great. So this is the one project that talks about what we have done over the years and what we are doing. So Web3 Bridge is a 16 weeks boot camp that trains Web3 developers. We started 2019, and at some point we discovered that a number of Web2 developers are not ready to come into Web3. So what we did is that we created a pipeline where we train Web2 developers who are ready to come into Web3. So we have two sources where we get our Web3 devs from our own training program in Web2. So we train people that doesn't understand coding at all, development at all. We bring them into Web3 through the Web2 program, or existing Web2 developers who already have like 5 years, 2 years, 3 years experience, 7 years, and coming into it. So 16 weeks, we start from, we do Solidity majorly. We train Solidity majorly in 16 weeks. We do the front end. Then we do security. This week, presently, the cohort that is ongoing is presently in security. And their security, what they're doing now, at the end of this week, they start their own product. So we allow them to bring their idea, they build product in 3 weeks. So over the years, what we've done, we have like accumulated experiences. We've done 9 cohorts successfully. Now, understanding that our goal is not just to train Web3 developers, as in Solidity developers, is like bring them from Web2 to Web3. And when they are comfortable in Web3, move them up the ladder. The ladder now is move them to protocol developer, move them to own their own startup, move them to work with other protocols, move them to do more for Africa. Like focus, focus. Also, sorry, I think I'm hearing like a lot of sound. So also, we believe that if we train African developers, they understand the continent. And at some point after they've gone and gained experience working around the globe, they bring this experience back to grow the ecosystem here in Nigeria, in Africa. So we've done masterclass. A masterclass focus on, this is what we do masterclass. Masterclass is, so you have a protocol that is launching, say an EVM protocol that is launching, for example. Let's take Stacknet, for example, Stackware. We spoke with them at some point. We discovered, okay, they have a new Cairo language, and there are very few developers working on Cairo. We brought them in. We did a masterclass, brought developers from Web3 Bridge and other sister programs that are training developers together. We train these people. And the good part is that the guys that passed through the Cairo program since the Cairo program finished are like contributing at high level to Cairo as a product and as a protocol at this point. In fact, there was a tweet that I saw a month ago when the Lambda class partner with Cairo. The partner with Cairo and Lambda class was saying they are going to bring their office to Nigeria because they've worked with developers, Cairo developers from Nigeria who came through Web3 Bridge to do Cairo masterclass. So the masterclass focuses on helping developers upskill to become more better developers. So we do that with partnership with protocols and all. Then also our numbers are like there. Jointly, one of the things that Africa needs at this point is that we do not have the privilege of the West. You cannot do the experiment of the West because of funding and all those stuff. So we are seeing these guys move from someone that needs like crumbs to owning a loaf of bread. Now they can afford to like buy their own bread, they can afford to make their own egg, and now they can afford to say, okay, now let's put this together and let's move on. So like Web3 Bridge over there, as our alumni, I was doing a number, and alumni has like done over $1.6 million in salaries in just 4 years. Now imagine duplicating this across board and see the level of impact we are bringing to Africa. So benefit is open. We are lowering the barrier of entry because Web3 Bridge is teaching all for free. Like we house these developers, we feed them, we provide accommodation, we solve the problem of electricity, we solve the problem of internet. Their goal is come into Web3 Bridge, stay here and build. Stay here and learn for 16 weeks. When they are done, we provide continuous monitoring. We just do a check to say, how are you doing? Okay, what's the problem you are facing? And all of those stuff. One, also we create a community where they can always run to where they have problems. So those are some of the things they are doing. And so far, Web3 have sustained through grants and support from Ethereum, the network, Gitcoin, Polygon, and all of this stuff. So we are working to do more. We are partnering with other projects to do more. We are presently working with Aya.hq. Aya is a sister program. They are also training developers, and they are working to do more around Accra and across Africa, like Web3. All of us are working together. So we are not just saying this Web3, I want to like close it. No, we are making our curriculum open source, because we are giving our curriculum to other projects to like learn. We have a curriculum that lasted for 4 years, 9 cohorts, and believe that this is like ready enough. We do Solidity, Intro to Solidity, we do account abstraction, Diamond Standard, and all of this and all of this stuff. So we believe that this is like ready for every market. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Last question, which is just for people who are interested in being part of the next cohort. When is the next batch going live, and where can they find out more about Web3 Bridge?
Okay, so next quarter of Web3 Bridge is going to be opening by November 6th. That's when the registration is going to open. November 6th, which is like in 1 week, in 1 week time. And we're going to be open registration for the Web2 beginner, Web2 basic, and the Web3 class. And the class is going to be starting by January. So we're going to be opening by November 6th. Then if you want to find out more, you can go to the website web3bridge.com or come over to our Telegram group, which is t.me/web3bridge. Let me put that here. I don't know how best you can get that out. So there's somebody every time that is ready to pick it up.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, and looking forward to seeing hundreds more developers kind of be part of the next cohort. Congrats.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to get more people. For this quarter, we have started working with specific campuses across Nigeria. We are working with specific programs from Kenya, Ghana, and Uganda specifically this time to see how we can like have more developers in those places we can always connect to. That's what we are doing for this course. So our goal is to do, say, 70, 80 Web3 developers in this time. Although the good part is that we do evictions, and the evictions get like, so we evict some people, but then we still ensure that we get the best at the end of the course. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you. And with that, we are ready for our next talk. So for our next talk, I want to bring on Azim to talk about doing grants at scale. Azim leads impact at Gitcoin, and I'll hand it over to Azim to talk about the past, present, and future of grants.
Thank you so much, Karthik. We got to find some time to chat separately. I've been looking forward to getting some time with you. Happy to talk to everyone who's here about Gitcoin grants. I'm always honestly really honored to be able to do the work that I do at Gitcoin. And so I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about the past, present, and then also hopefully future of what we're looking to do at Gitcoin. So first off, I'm Azim. I'm the head of impact at Gitcoin. It's a funny title, to be really honest, but it really just means that I help lead BD, sales, and partnerships for the DAO. We have 5 separate products and offerings, one of which includes the Gitcoin program, which is what I would say that we're most well known for to date. And so I help raise money for the Gitcoin program. I help lead the grant stack in the Allo protocol, the Gitcoin passport, and then we recently launched a layer 2 called the Public Goods Network. And so I help to do, BD sales and partnerships for everything there. I've been in and out of crypto now for close to a decade, which seems like a really long time. I started writing about Bitcoin a little bit in 2013. And that photo that you see there is the only time that I've worn a suit in a very long time. So what is Gitcoin? Many people in the, at least Ethereum ecosystem, tend to be quite familiar with it, but we've done some deals in the past where it's with companies who know nothing. And so my assumption is always that it's best to talk to people about who is Gitcoin, what is Gitcoin, as opposed to assuming. We're far from true mainstream adoption. So Gitcoin was founded in 2017. The goal was to be able to enable open source software devs to be fairly compensated for their work. It was started by Kevin Owocki, and it was essentially a bounties platform. The name actually comes from GitHub and sort of getting coins. Get coins was sort of like the play on words as to how it came to be for open source software devs. And we started doing grants themselves in 2019. So Glenn Weil, Vitalik, and Zoe Hitzig put together a paper on this idea of something called quadratic funding. And using quadratic funding, we put together a platform that would allow us to be able to distribute grants to individuals in a way where instead of there being an internal council that gets to decide exactly where those funds go, it ends up being community-driven allocation for capital, which it's a really interesting concept for most people who haven't heard about it, considering, top-down decision-making on where money goes is something that all of us have always been accustomed to our entire lives. And the idea that communities would get a chance to decide where funds go is something that's quite novel and has been what's allowed us to work with UNICEF. One that was quite contentious earlier this year was Shell Oil. And there's a large NGO that we're hopefully announcing that we're doing something with in the next couple of weeks. But, we've worked with some of the most successful companies within the Ethereum ecosystem, but it's also been really heartwarming to see how the work that we've done has been considered credible enough for, people like the United Nations and UNICEF to work with us. So what is QF? In the simplest terms, I explain it as the most democratic form of capital allocation that exists. It's a crowdfunding campaign where the number of contributors matters more than the amount that you funded. And it's what allows for this bottom-up or community-driven decision making for capital allocation. So here's just it's not working here. Usually this actually moves and shows you an example where normally your donation, what's the best way to put this? There's going to be another slide for it. But essentially, if you can get 10 people to donate $1 to your project, you do better in terms of the matching funds. And I'll explain what matching funds are shortly. But you'll do better in terms of the matching funds that you will get than if another project gets a $10 donation, essentially. So what's QF? We feel an optimal way to be able to help fund public goods. And this gives you a little bit of that example, as if Grant 1 received $100 and Grant 2 received a bunch of $10 donations. then the one that got multiple $10 donations ends up getting more money from the matching pool and more total available money at the end of the grant round than the one that gets a single $100 donation. What are public goods? Okay, so this is one that I'd say even people within Gitcoin would end up being reticent to say that they actually agree on. The traditional definitions are around, what I've written here is commodity and service provided without profit to all members of a society, either by government or private individual or organization. Very normal examples that we're accustomed to are like clean air. We feel open source software is one of them. Privacy is one of them. A16Z, I would say, has had a pretty good definition of what public goods are. And so, I'll read it here real quick, but the classic challenge of decentralized networks is that they are public goods. Without a central entity to control decisions and capture profits, it's hard to incentivize their maintenance and development. Crypto helps to solve this problem through decentralized coordination and providing economics incentives for development. Web3 will put the power in the hands of communities rather than corporations. And so that's exactly what we've been doing over the last couple of years, or attempting to do, humbly. I don't think that our work is by any means done. And so continuing to try to do that is the work that we do. I'll provide some of the numbers about Gitcoin. I'd say that's one of the things that ends up impressing people the most, even myself, to be entirely honest. So this number, actually, I needed to update this. We have now distributed over $56 million, I was actually told, to open source and just software developers around the world since 2019 in the grant rounds that we have done between matching pools and community donations. So we launched in 2019, as I mentioned. It was a quarterly initiative that we still do. Our next grants round is going to be on November 15th. The open application period for that, we haven't announced it. I think we're going to tweet about it later today, but applications are technically open already for some of the rounds. And the idea was to be able to have people in the community empowered to figure out where they wanted to allocate funding towards. And we started very small, as you can see. In the year 2019, we distributed $0.7 million. I think that the first grants round that we had a matching pool that was less than $40,000. And in 2022, 2023 is not done yet, so we don't have the exact figure, but the amount that was raised was 3,000% higher than when we started in 2019. And so we've been very fortunate to be in a position to help fund developers working on the important highways, roads, and bridges of the public Web3 infrastructure. Some more numbers. To date, this has probably gone up. We've done probably over 4 million unique donations at this point. The $56 million towards public goods. We've run over 105 of these quadratic funding rounds. This is a number that I found that tends to be one of the more exciting ones for people to hear, but we sat down and tried to do a little bit of an understanding of what has been the impact of the funds that we have distributed to date. And using that, we looked at private valuations of grantees who went on to be able to successfully raise private rounds. And then we also looked at, this was from all-time highs, but put together market caps of organizations that were once grantees, have since gone on to launch tokens. And looking at those, we've seen that we had a all-time high, global financial impact of $28.2 billion. Why this tends to be super interesting to me is that I don't think that there's a venture firm alive who would be able to compete with the numbers. I can't be fully quoted on it, but I have seen, in general, we actually have a really good relationship with a lot of the venture funds in the space because they have been using Gitcoin grants rounds for some time now as a way to be able to understand how to get access to some deal flow. We've actually been trying to understand how we can productize that deal flow. I was on the phone with a $1 billion venture fund yesterday who was telling me just by chance that they end up looking at Gitcoin grant rounds every quarter to be able to take a look at the sentiment of the community voting on where they feel funds should be allocated, and using that as a way to be able to understand, if 1,000 people or 5,000 people have voted that this project is important, then there must be something there to be able to take a look at. It's a super interesting notion that I'm looking at trying to understand how we can really further, because in many ways I found that we almost act as like a pre-Y Combinator, because we're not exactly a Y Combinator. We're not an accelerator. We're just here to be able to help fund what matters, which is our tagline these days. But the fact that we sit at this central node in the ecosystem to be able to help projects get access to funding, and then we have the additional resources that they might need in order to, actually succeed with their projects, is something that we've been thinking quite a lot about. As you can see, I think this number now is also another one. I wasn't able to get some of these images changed in time, but over 4,000 projects have been funded to date in the last couple of years, which is astounding. Over $3 million in fraud prevented. I'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about what Gitcoin Passport is. But if you can imagine, the simplest way to put how these grants rounds work is, let's say we're running a climate round, and we have $250,000 that we've raised from a handful of organizations that care a lot about distributing funds to orgs in the climate solution space. And if we run grants rounds that if you get more individual donations, that you're more likely to receive more of this matching pool of $250,000, then you can imagine that there are many people who are incentivized to be able to take $100 and split it across 100 separate wallets to make 100 separate donations. And for us to be able to find a way to help counter that is one of the most important things that we've been working on, and have since found the product is actually quite widely applicable in terms of use for a variety of projects in this ecosystem. Here's where I get a little into the protocol and products. I won't go too deep into them. I'm actually more excited to talk to you about some of the case studies of some of the work that we've done. So the Gitcoin program, this is the one that we've been talking about now. It's a quarterly initiative that Gitcoin DAO has been running. We've been doing this since 2019. We have distributed quite a good amount of money. We don't intend to stop running these. I would say that in many ways, this counts as sort of the heart and soul of the ecosystem today. And it's why it's such a pleasure to be able to be in the position of being a steward to help that happen. I think that the best part of this role is that every single conference that I go to, or even if it's not going to a conference, when people find out the work that I do, invariably at some point, there's a massive thank you that's given to me for the work that we do, because either it's been instrumental to their own success, or to something that they use as success, to a friend's success, something along those lines. Some of the rounds that we've run so far, open source software, Ethereum infrastructure, we do one Web3 community and education. And so Bankless DAO came out of this, and other podcasts have. Writers have been funded. I believe this is the round that Zach XBT uses, who does a bunch of amazing work in the community and isn't necessarily being paid for it. And so this ends up being a way that we get to give back to some of the, maybe he's not a guy, so I don't want to say guy, since he's Anon. We've also done climate rounds. I'd say those have been weirdly one of the most successful. Not weirdly though, because there's such an emphasis on what's going on with global warming these days. And a lot of people with a lot of money are very interested to see how we can help fund that. That's where the very contentious Shell decision came about, where Shell helped to fund Gitcoin climate rounds over the course of a couple rounds. And honestly, when I have conversations with any of the larger corporates, climate is one of the ones that ends up really perking them up. We also have run, I didn't put it on here, but decentralized science rounds. I think to date, we've distributed over $800,000 in the last calendar year to over 100 projects that have been working in the decentralized science space. I'm personally someone who has a bachelor's and a master's in biology. a bunch of research in genetics and genomics. And so the DeSci space has been one that's been super interesting to me, and it's been cool to see how we're helping early stage scientists get off the ground into what I really believe is going to end up being a very integral part of the crypto ecosystem with the decentralized science space. Next is the Allo protocol. There's a lot written here. What I'll basically say is it's a protocolized version of quadratic funding would be the easiest way to put it, where it acts sort of as an engine of being able to use QF. There's a lot of orgs we've been having conversations with that would love to be able to understand how they could use QF without using the white label software that we have for grants programs. So think of some Web3 social companies that we've been having conversations with to do things. I think we actually launched something some months back with Lens to be able to do something called quadratic Lenster. And we're looking at hopefully running rounds to use QF, not just to help software developers, but to be able to help artists that are looking to, see how they can get access to funding in new and exciting ways. The grant stack, easiest way to put this one would be, for years while we were running our grants rounds, we used to run what were supplements to native grants programs for organizations like Polygon, and we did a Greater China round between Plankerdown and Scroll. We did ENS, we did gaming rounds or Game 7 and other organizations. We did ZK rounds. And so they were outside of the exact, OSS or ETH info rounds that Gitcoin was running. And what we continued to find was that orgs would come to us because anyone who's running a grants program in this space is running it on Google Sheets at worst and Airtable at best. And we kept finding that they were asking how they would be able to use the same software that we're using. And at the time, the Sea Grants platform that we were on was something with quite a bit of tech debt and was a centralized software that we couldn't use. And so in the spirit of, supporting open source software, we ended up open sourcing and creating what's called the Grant Stack. And so it's just a white label software that we use to run our own grants rounds, but that any other organization, of which we have actually a handful, I think they'll be launching early next month to this point now, taking a little longer to get them out. But a lot of the organizations in the ecosystem have been very excited to have what would just be a robust solution to be able to have a program manager sign in and to have grantees to be able to apply, to be able to put this out on multiple chains. At the moment, it's EVM only. Hopefully, we're able to move into a non-EVM world for this platform at some point. But the Grant Stack has been something that we've been seeing grow quite a bit and has been the software that we continue to use for our own grants programs or continuing to improve on, hopefully round on round, so that people can be satisfied with the experience. Next up is Gitcoin Passport. It's a Web 2.5 solution for anti-Sybil. And so, as I was mentioning before, our grants rounds have an incentive to be able to game them, where you can say that an individual sets up 100 separate wallets, and using the 100 wallets, they donate $1 each. And using that, they end up getting way more money from the matching pool than they should, than if they were doing things fairly. And so we created a solution where you sign in with your Ethereum wallet and you use different Web 2 APIs and some Web 3, like, do you have an ENS? Do you hold ETH? Do you hold GTC? And some of those kinds of solutions to be able to give people a score for proof of humanity, essentially. So a score from 0 to 100 to be able to try to best understand if the person behind the wallet is an actual individual or if it's a bot. And it's been really fun, honestly. We're at almost 1 million users with this product now, because while we originally invented it for our own grant rounds, it's been something that has been something, whether it's crypto gambling, whether it's airdrop farming or preventing airdrop farming, GameFi, there's been some TradFi DeFi things, but a lot of people are interested in figuring out how do you do anti-Sybil and then online reputation. So it's been fun to watch Gitcoin Passport evolving. Case studies and use cases. So this is the part I'd say I have the most fun with. one of the rounds that we did a couple of years back was called the Oakland Local Round, where we brought 7 nonprofits and brought them together to bring them on chain. We only had a $15,000 matching pool, and close to $4,000 in money was crowdfunded. But because we were able to explain to people who are not nearly as adept at all, honestly, in the crypto world, to be able to see what it would be like to do this, and to be able to do what is really democracy in action. When I speak to, I've had some times in the past couple of months where I've had to go speak with lawmakers in the United States, and I explain quadratic funding as democracy in action to them. But once we had these nonprofits of people who are not interested in crypto or were interested in crypto at all doing it, they have since deployed a local stablecoin commerce network for a farmer's market that goes on the weekends over there. And so to be able to see that there are ways to get people to understand that this industry has more to it than just scamming and selling expensive JPEGs, no offense to anyone who has expensive JPEGs, that there's things that you can do that help people has been one of the cool ones in terms of our case studies. Next one up is the UNICEF Alpha round. I was particularly proud of this round that we did. It was in December of last year. It took almost a year for this to come together. UNICEF came to us and wanted to understand what it would be like to run an experiment with, the idea of quadratic funding. And so after quite a bit of negotiation, we came to the fact that they would put up a matching pool of around $50,000. It was done in Ethereum. It's actually pretty interesting that UNICEF is able to custody Ethereum and Bitcoin. They have a UNICEF crypto venture fund even. They're quite adept when it comes to being involved in the crypto ecosystem. And so they put up a $50,000 matching pool, and they also gave us 10 separate projects they wanted to put into the grants round for UNICEF. These were all ones that the UNICEF Venture Fund had invested in prior, and they were part of the Digital Public Goods Alliance. And in that, we did this round for about 11 days and had close to 16,000 unique donors. And those 16,000 unique donors ended up distributing or contributing close to 100,000 additional dollars. And so through this small experiment, we were able to create a situation where we distributed $150,000 across 10 projects. And for me personally, since then, I had the IMF reach out, I had the World Bank reach out, Change.org reached out, the World Wildlife Foundation reached out, other arms of UNICEF reached out, because everyone saw this new and exciting way to be able to distribute capital that hasn't been done to date and was being done using crypto technology. And that was one of the most interesting and exciting things to me. The round that we're looking to hopefully announce, just like contract negotiations, in the next couple of weeks for GG19 is one that came about after we announced this, and there was some inbound that came of it. And so, especially last year when 3 Arrows Capital happened, and Celsius happened, and Genesis happened, and FTX happened, especially towards the end of the year, at least for me personally, this felt like a very big ray of sunshine that the crypto ecosystem really badly needed, and that ended up proving to be something that I think has really, at least in private conversations, helped us quite a bit. I had a conversation with a really large NGO today who was interested in this round that we did and being able to do some interesting things with us in the future. Optimism. Just to speak to some of the past successes of grantees, everyone here, I'm assuming, is well aware or familiar with Optimism. They joined Grants Round 1. To date, they have generated over $3 billion. This is probably more than that now in gas fees saved for users. There's billions of dollars in on-chain value locked on Optimism. And these were one of the grantees that graduated into being funders of the program. And the team at Optimism has been honestly always extremely gracious of some of the help that we were able to give them early on. And it's awesome to be able to see successful projects. Some of the others include Uniswap, Optimism, Gnosis, MakerDAO, Bankless, Wallet Connect, Ethers.js, Hardhat, POAP. Like there's so many, the list goes on and on and on. And so I couldn't name all of them, but I wanted to just mention some of them to you. I think the last one I end up mentioning here is 1inch, but 1inch is another, Uniswap competitor, I guess. But, from Gitcoin grants ended up raising over $60,000 to date, have done hundreds of billions of dollars in trading volume, have hundreds of millions of dollar market cap, millions and millions of total trades. And, if you speak to the founders over there, they're repeat funders. Literally every single round give us money to be able to help continue to watch the Web3 ecosystem flourish because of how thankful they are and how, Gitcoin was, as they mentioned, played a huge role in shaping their destiny. And so for us, it's amazing to be able to see that Gitcoin Grants has been able to help so many of these projects get to the place that they're at now. And we've been trying to see how we can, the Stand with Crypto, I forgot about this one. Yes, we've done a lot of crypto regulatory advocacy rounds as well. We've done millions of dollars donated to organizations that are supporting the fight for being able to do crypto fairly. If you live in the United States, or even if you don't, I'm sure you've seen just how hard it is to get some sort of regulatory clarity with the SEC chairman that we have today and the regulation by enforcement that's been going on. But a couple months back, we did a really fun grants round where we partnered with Coinbase and Gitcoin, and Zora came together to start with what was the Stand with Crypto campaign. We deployed a custom NFT shield that people were able to mint on Zora, and Zora donated $1 for each of the mints. Using that, we did over 150,000 shields at that time had been minted. It's probably close to 250,000 now. At one point, the campaign or the mints from the campaign were accounting for 27% of all the NFTs that were minted on Ethereum for a specific day. And we ended up being able to distribute, well over $100,000, $150,000 to a handful of projects that are working on, the Blockchain Center, Coin Center, Blockchain Association, and some others. And in the middle of that round, Nouns DAO was so happy about the work that we were doing that they came and voted to donate an additional $100,000 that is now sitting in the matching pool for when we run the next grants round. So outside of just doing things with individual projects, we're also fortunate enough to be able to help try to fight the good fight to keep crypto, not only in the United States, in Europe and other places to continue to flourish. So key takeaways, I know I have about a minute left. We want to be able to continue to empower talent and positively impact not just the US economy, but everywhere. Productizing QF is going to be something that's going to be interesting. And Gitcoin Grants has distributed a ton of money, created a ton of value, and we're hoping that we get to continue to keep doing that. Thank you. Anyone who wants to get in touch with me, wants to learn more, my email address is just ak@gitcoin.co. I'm azimk_ on Twitter. My DMs are open. I respond to there a little bit less. So if you want to reach out to me, also feel free to ping me on Telegram. Ever since Elon took over X or Twitter or whatever, I found it to be a much more polarizing place to spend my time. And so I don't have it on my phone anymore. And while I do still check my DMs, I just check them way less often now. And thank you.
Azim, that was awesome. Thank you for summarizing all the great stuff Gitcoin has been doing over the last few years. And it's just amazing to see that you're also trying to do a lot more than just the initial goal for what Gitcoin wanted to do in terms of bounties. So that whole scaling up to the multiple initiatives is awesome. And it's even funny because we kind of brought up 1inch, and it kind of does like a full circle here because it actually was a hackathon project that came out of ETH Global and sort of continued on to
I did not know that. That's awesome.
So
that's awesome. Okay.
The early amazing success stories that we're also extremely proud of.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's super cool. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course.
And we'll chat soon.
Sounds great. Thank you. All right. Next up, we are ready for an amazing fireside conversation. The goal here is to talk about impact, and it will be a shame if we don't talk about the actual money piece of crypto. And payments is a massive industry, and a lot of it has been definitely changed with the introduction of stablecoins. So to have a conversation on the impact USD stables have made in the world in the past few years, I want to bring on two people, Yele and Liam. Yele is the co-founder of Onboard, and Liam is one of the co-founders of ETH Global. They're going to be talking about how USD stables have impacted the rest of the economy, and I'll let them sort of take it from here and have this amazing chat. Welcome both of you, and excited to have you here.
Thanks, Kartik.
Thanks, Kartik. It's good to be here. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool. So we're just meeting, and both of us have spent a lot of time thinking about and working on USD stables, but Yele has actually done quite a lot of work between companies he's run and experiences at Binance, especially with US stablecoins in Africa. And the goal here is kind of having a conversation about why are US dollar stablecoins so popular, who's using them, why are they using them, and I think Yele's had like hands-on experience both kind of driving the adoption of them and also personally recognizing those use cases. And so I'm going to lean a lot on Yele's experiences there. And just to kind of give like a really brief starter of like the context of how big stablecoins are, I think one of the most kind of staggering stats is that even though stablecoins today only make up in market cap only 10% of the current total cryptocurrency industry's market cap, more than 70% of all volume across the entire industry is done through stablecoins. So even though it's not the most valuable part of the entire industry, although it is rising, it's by far the most dominant in terms of actual volume moving through it. And one really crazy stat is that, you know, that number of how much volume is around $11 trillion in 2022, and it's already rising a lot more this year, which is on the same ballpark as PayPal and the Visa network. PayPal actually is $1.5 trillion, and Visa's at like nearly 12 trillion. So stablecoins are not just like some cool tech that's starting to grow in its early days. Stablecoins are already an extremely large market. So Yele, maybe do you want to tell us a bit first about yourself, about your experiences kind of seeing the need for US dollar stablecoins, and then about your background in helping the adoption with them at Binance?
Sure. So it's good to be here. So I'm Yele, co-founder of Onboard. I've been working in crypto since 2017. And I joined Binance in 2018 as a director for Binance Labs, where I led investments for into sort of like African crypto companies. So invested in companies like Yellow Card, Bitsika, Raise, Buycoins, and then also founded Bundle, which was a company incubated in the Binance ecosystem that provided sort of really simple sort of buy and sell crypto functionality for Africans, scaled out to about 1.1 million plus users. And with Onboard, what we're trying to do right now is to essentially give people that same kind of custodial wallet experience, but in self-custody, and the ability to go from stable coins to your bank account or mobile money without having to go through a centralized exchange. In terms of sort of, you know, the adoption of stable coins, I think that, you know, what people don't understand, first of all, is, you know, we're living in countries or markets whereby we see the local currency losing value against the dollar every single year, right? So for instance, at this time in 18 months ago, 1 naira was about, $1 was 660 naira. Right now, $1 is about 1,300. So it's seen almost like a 50% devaluation, you know, or decrease in value in about 18 months. And so for a lot of people, we're very aware of the fact that like our currencies are losing value. Number two, it's also very difficult to get access to USD. So you can't go to a bank and, you know, get the right, volume that you want to buy, whether it's for your own personal needs or it's for your business. If you have USD outside of, like, maybe you get paid as a remote worker, if you try to bring that into the country and convert that into local currency, you get given a worse rate. So what has happened is that stable coins have kind of created an open market for USD, because you have USD on chain, and it's created this almost like an open banking like platform whereby exchanges, financial services companies are building wallets that take advantage of this open banking USD on chain and building useful tools. So we're seeing it sort of like adoption on the retail side. We're seeing adoption on the sort of business side. In fact, the biggest drivers or like the largest volumes or use cases come from business adoption. So it's really impressive and just, you know, amazing to see how far and how fast the adoption has been. And I think like we're only just getting started.
No, that's crazy. And can you explain a bit about the visceral experience? You said like business use cases are like one of the biggest ones. Like, what exactly are folks doing? Who are they moving money to? Where are they getting it from? And like, what apps are they using? What's the actual like experience of leveraging stablecoins?
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest drivers are, I would say, exchanges, as well as like wallets. So for instance, if you looked at the download data for Trust Wallet in Nigeria, for instance, versus Binance, I think Binance had about 3.8 million downloads. Trust Wallet has 4.9, right? So you're seeing sort of like self-custody growing even faster than custodial products. And that's actually because for a lot of people, the way they access stable coins is very peer-to-peer. So sometimes people don't even go on an exchange to access it. But let's say I have, Ghana CD or like Nigerian Naira, and I'm like, I want to save in USD. Now, I know you, Liam, as a friend, or someone has introduced me as a trusted broker. What happens is you would give me your bank account. I would send you Naira to your bank account or Ghana City to your bank account. And then you who have access to like Binance or a Yellow Card or a Quidax or any of these local platforms would then send me the USD C or T to my Trust wallet. So in fact, most people who have USD stablecoins today, a lot of them have never actually been on a traditional kind of like custodial platform, right? Which I think a lot of people don't really realize. But the biggest use cases really are sort of remittances and cross-border payments, right? And that's because you have a lot of economies that have two exchange rates, whereby, the official kind of like bank rate is never the real market value of the currency, right? And so if I was given, let's say, $100 because I did like some work somewhere, and if I went to a bank, the bank was going to give me 50% or 80% of the actual value. I don't want to do that, right? And so I would use stable coins, because if I'd use stable coins, I would get the real value. I would get value like a lot faster, because I don't need to wait for like, T+2 or T+3. And, I'm able to keep that within my own sort of like control. Because a lot of people have fears of the fact that, and this is not unfounded, sometimes people have had money in a USD account and they're not able to withdraw the full balance. And, so people sometimes are kind of worried about that, and they'll rather just keep the money in stable coins, because they know that, okay, if I'm holding 1,000 or 500 or $30, I can always have full access to that amount of money. So that's kind of like what we're seeing on the retail side. One is you have people who are aware of the currency devaluations and are looking for a way to just preserve wealth or value. The other, it's sort of like as a sort of remote digital workers that are earning USD and prefer to be paid in stable coins. And then also, if you are doing remittances as well, like you would use stable coins because you would get a a better rate faster. So those are kind of like the retail use cases.
That makes sense. So there's a kind of a variety of use cases between like remittances and payments, and then also trying to store it as a store of value because of the naira is kind of constantly inflating. And one thing that you stood out to me, what you just said, is that a lot of folks that are using these coins are not, I never perhaps ever have been onboarded via like Binance or a traditional centralized exchange. Can you explain a bit more to that about that to folks that maybe are not as don't intuit that as well? What are the companies, and I know that you're helping start one here. Like what are the companies that are kind of riding this wave? And do you think it's the case that Binance is kind of acting as like an onboarding partner in a sense to people to start holding these coins, getting familiar with it, and maybe Binance won't matter as much into the future? Or do you think Binance will continue to play a large role going forward?
Got it. So I think like definitely Binance is, one of the largest players. And that's just because, a lot of people are kind of thinking about Africa right now. But in 2018, 2017, there wasn't really a lot of like global players looking at Africa. And you had a few local indigenous exchanges, right? So you had P2P platforms like Paxful, Remitano, Local Bitcoins. They were like the initial set of sort of companies that people used to use to access to buy Bitcoin or like USDT at that particular time. Then I would say after Binance came in, you then also began to have like more local indigenous players, right? So initially Binance didn't have like the on and off ramps. So the local exchanges were able to integrate directly into, with local fiat channels, so bank transfers, mobile money. And so you had this proliferation of players. So in Ghana, you have like Bitika. In Kenya, you have like Honeycoin. In Nigeria, you have like Quidax, Busha, Bitcoins, Bitnob. Then you also have like players that have been able to scale beyond just one particular country, right? So Luno, for instance, have not just scaled across Africa, but then a bunch of emerging markets like Southeast Asia. Yellow Card, which was one of the companies we backed whilst I was at Binance. They have about access to about 10 different markets, right? And so you have this, unlike let's say the US, for instance, whereby it's primarily like maybe 2 or 3 players. In Africa, it's like very, very very fragmented and very sort of like it's Binance is sort of like the market leader, but you do have a bunch of other players playing in the space as well.
That makes sense. And once folks kind of start, adopting this and they're holding coins, there's kind of 2 directions I think that are interesting to look at. One is the degree to which the existing crypto space is supporting those users. For example, I know a lot of them actually are on holding their coins. The coins are resting on Tron if they're using Tether, as a huge percentage of them. And the cryptocurrency industry building products for those holders. But then there's also the other direction where perhaps those users are actually going to start exploring Web3 applications, DeFi, and other things like that. I guess I'm curious your opinion on both. Like, what do you think the cryptocurrency industry could be doing better to kind of to serve the needs of folks now that are holding, whether it's Tether on Tron or USDC on another chain? And then in the other direction, what do you think those folks now that are holding coins effectively in wallets or have the ability to start using dApps and things like that, do you think they're going to, or do you think they're not going to?
I mean, I think that's a fantastic question, actually, and it's something that I think about every day. I think that what stablecoins are, like I said, they're an open financial platform, right? So if we were to think of the Web2 world, it's like imagine Apple Pay, right? Or Google Pay, or Google Wallet or Apple Wallet, whereby you've taken money from your bank account and you've put it into this closed ecosystem. Now, developers and sort of like startups or companies can decide to build a whole host of applications. One vertical of applications are financial applications. Now, in the Web2 world, those financial applications are kind of geo-fenced in a way, right? So I'm in Nigeria or in the UK, I can't use Venmo, right? I can use M-Pesa in Kenya, but somebody in London cannot use M-Pesa, right? So, but in the Web3 world, if I build a financial application for USDC or USDT, anybody that has that stable coin can use my application, right? And so I do think that there'll be a group of developers, and I fall into that category that are focused on saying, okay, how do we create world-class financial services that, your location doesn't sort of matter your ability to access that, right? But then, it's not just about financial services. People want to sort of have fun and play and do a bunch of different things. And I think one of the most interesting things that I'm seeing, with the rise of less DeFi focused chains like Base is like this exploration of like just fun on-chain activities, right? So it kind of reminds me of what the early internet will have felt like when people were just kind of discovering a whole host of different websites. And so I think like both worlds would exist simultaneously. However, the biggest elephant in the room in a lot of emerging markets is like USDT and Tron, right? Because Tron, for instance, is, has a smart contracts, but it's not an EVM chain. And it doesn't have the same kind of like, focus, or like you don't have a lot of developers who would say they're like Tron developers and are building like dApps on Tron. So, the question then is, how do you bridge or bring users who are holding stable coins on Tron into sort of like the sort of Ethereum and Web3 ecosystem, and what does that look like? And so, that's definitely something that I'm very curious to see how that plays out. It's kind of like, I think of Tron as like BBM, right? So if you think of BlackBerry, the key application was Messenger. And even though they had an app store, it was like quite limited. And then you had like Apple launch, and then, it had WhatsApp, and, because it was just a better developer platform, you had just a much more thriving and active ecosystem. And so people over time kind of moved from holding BlackBerries to like Apple and Android. So I kind of I use that analogy when I think of like.
No, I really love that analogy. Like, I don't know if you know this, but I'm from Waterloo, Ontario, where BlackBerry started. And so I used BBM, and so did all my friends in high school, because, the whole city used it. And actually, there's a great movie out now about history of BlackBerry. Yeah. It's called BlackBerry, where they say that's, Waterloo is where the vampires live. And actually, I was looking for a Halloween costume idea, so I'm glad that you brought that up. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. One really specific question that may be relevant to a lot of developers here is when you're getting folks onboarded onto holding stable coins, how did they think about, when you said there's a lot of B2B payments, remittances, they're moving money between each other. How do they address each other? Because I know a lot of folks, they have a Tron address, like their Binance wallet's Tron address is something that they can share. They might say, hey, send me money at TRX, blah, blah, blah. Is that how you do it, or do you do it in a different way?
No, it's the same thing, right? Like, it's people just share like their addresses. I know folks have tried to build different things, but I haven't seen any sort of solution take off like that crazily. And that's just because like it's not quite the same as like email, right? So it's like PayPal was a closed loop network, and it allowed people to send money over the internet, right?
Yeah.
But this comes by default. So it's like, how do you create that closed? How do you create sort of like that ecosystem? Right? So yeah.
I think actually it would be interesting for developers, and I thought about this, but I don't know how exactly to do it. To maybe, is there a way to do Tron addressing on Ethereum, where if someone sends you a Tron address, you could send it to their Tron address on Ethereum? Like that might be an interesting kind of hack to onboard folks. And actually, that interesting kind of segue here is I saw recently that David Marcus launched. He was the creator of. He ran Messenger at Facebook. Now he runs Lightspark. He just launched, I think it's called UMA, Universal something, but it's like they use an email address type format. So actually the question I wanted to ask around that, in addition to your thoughts on that, but the question I want to ask it around it is, the original vision of Bitcoin was basically this, like global peer-to-peer digital cash that was, separated from the state. And ironically, we've created this kind of peer-to-peer cash that's controlled by this company Tether that no one really understands and is kind of the definition of an opaque central bank. But what's your take on that? Why aren't we using Bitcoin, and how did this all kind of emerge as opposed to maybe Bitcoin's original vision?
Yeah, I hope this doesn't come across as like what's the word now, controversial, but I think that because Bitcoin has a capped supply, right, and is like the most popular crypto assets, right? You have this very basic kind of economic rule of demand and supply. So if you have an asset that has a fixed supply and the demand and awareness continues to grow year on year, like the price over time would continue to increase. And we've heard stories of people, I think the most famous one is the guy that bought like 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoins. Like nobody wants to sell. Nobody wants to buy, $1 million worth of burgers or chicken and chips, like today, and like just hate themselves for doing that, right? So
there's a fear
that
of
has
using it
made
almost.
Bitcoin become yeah, exactly. That has made Bitcoin become like digital gold, right? And stable coins have kind of stepped in to sort of solve that initial problem, but for sure it's still connected to sort of the real world in terms of like it being dollar backed, right? But then that's also why I'm excited about things like DAI or like flat coins that are not necessarily backed by sort of real world assets, but I think those would also grow slowly over time, right? So people need stepping stones to kind of go from like 0 to 1, right? So if stable coins are like the main on-ramp that gets people into the on-chain economy, people then believe and say, okay, you know what? I want to do, I want something that is like not necessarily tied to like the USD and is fully on chain and decentralized, then they can decide to hold DAI or hold like some of the flat coins that are coming out, right? But I think at the end of the day, the beauty of like our industry is that the market kind of decides what the winners ends up being, right? So as a builder, and it's something I tell myself all the time, is like I should just focus on what like our customers want and try to deliver value for people, right? So even though I have very strong ideologies about what I would love to see in the space, I also kind of follow what users want. Like that's like my number one mantra: make something people want.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I saw, I think Dan Romero tweeted the other day that like one of the hardest problems to do in crypto is just actively grow like kind of a user base that uses whatever your product is every single day. And a lot of folks in crypto tend to kind of ignore that and focus a bit more on, ideological decentralization technologies or on things that don't actually end up getting used every day. And I think it's like good that that's like your focus area. But actually, kind of like maybe a final question here is, in doing so, you're going to run up against that exact dilemma effectively. It's just like to what extent you lean on decentralized technologies versus the more centralized approach. And you also mentioned, you're kind of building a custodial wallet. I'm curious around how you see both the regulation around that developing, because obviously like a self-custodial wallet perhaps is not regulated, at least in the United States, for instance. Like it's not a money transmission business or money service business. It's just a wallet, just software. And so you can maybe scale faster. But if you're doing the custodial approach, it's you have to kind of be a bit more careful. How do you think about navigating the regulation around building a wallet like this?
Yeah. So just a correction, we're building a self-custody wallet. So my previous company was a custodial wallet, and I think that is kind of in line with what you've said in that at the end of the day, if these things are financial assets, securities or not, they're financial assets, and you're holding custody of those assets. As we have more regulatory clarity, I do think that custodial crypto or digital asset service providers are going to be regulated very similar to financial institutions, and that means that takes away the borderlessness nature, because now you have to be thinking about regulation from hundreds of countries from across the world, right? And I think like we've also seen what can happen when crypto isn't regulated, right? So I give an example of let's say SVB and FTX, right? So Silicon Valley Bank was sort of FDIC insured bank, and when they ran into some troubles, the government stepped in and sort of backstopped the losses, right? And then FTX has been a year, and we're still trying to figure out like what the outcomes will be.
Yeah.
So in a way, if we're to create a ladder of like sort of let's use it like Satoshi's hierarchy of financial security, at the top is like sort of like self-custody. Then you have sort of regulated TradFi, and then to me at the bottom of the food chain is like custodial, unregulated custodial crypto, right? Because as long as you have humans in the picture, you're gonna have one bad apple or one bad actor that tries to take advantage of the sort of the goodness of the rest of people, right? And that's just unfortunately what human nature is. And so I do think that regulation would actually end up pushing us as an industry back towards kind of what Satoshi envisioned, which is, a decentralized, open, transparent financial system. And Vitalik and the Ethereum community have sort of extended that into like an open and transparent sort of application sort of platform, right? And so I generally think that like crypto would sort of bifurcate into these two worlds of like regulated crypto that is compliant, focused on sort of like security of users, and then sort of self-custody crypto that is peer-to-peer on chain, defined by smart contracts. So in the regulated crypto world, regulation essentially protects customers. In the self-custody world, smart contracts and sort of the open nature protects customers. And that I think is kind of how I see or how I believe the crypto industry will evolve.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense, and I completely agree. And I think also that it's been the case that as developers have built better and better and better technologies to make it easy to do self-custody, like these days you can store your you can use like your passkey on your phone as your private key. That increases the bar of how high quality like the experience has to be for any centralized competitor. And if it gets to the point where like it's just better to use the decentralized version, then I think we've succeeded as a space. I know that we're kind of past the half-hour mark, so I'm going to say thanks very much. I want to keep talking for a lot longer. I hope we can do that afterwards. But
Sure.
maybe just before we go, do you want to just share a kind of quick note about how people could either get in touch with you or learn more about you and your company?
Sure. So on Twitter, it's Yele Bademosi. So at YeleBademosi. And then onboard wallet. So like onboarding to Web3. So ONBOARD wallet. And yeah, if you're interested in sort of a protocol on that is building peer-to-peer global on and off ramps for people in sort of frontier and emerging markets on L2s, would love to chat. We're out of beta and sort of rapidly expanding into as many countries as possible. So yeah, looking to build a community.
Sweet. Thanks so much.
Liam, Yele, I know it was an amazing conversation. So I actually want to spend a couple minutes here asking you a couple of questions too. My kind of most obvious one will be, we mostly kind of commented on what's kind of happening and how it was accelerated or kind of the nuances, but maybe more directly, what would both of you kind of say is missing and what do we actually need to do to get anyone from our concerns addressed, but also to actually increase the spread adoption of stablecoins. So I kind of want to start with Yele because you've been actually doing this thing with your company, and then Liam, I know you've been researching this thing a lot. Would love to hear your thoughts too.
Yeah, so I think for me, it's sort of just continue to improve like the UX. So right now, stablecoin still feels like it doesn't feel like fintech is probably the place whereby user experience and sort of like financial services working really well. So the bar is quite high, and so when you introduce stablecoins and it's competing against sort of fintech 1.0 that is like already really quite good, and we need to do things that the UX works and the applications are just like really amazing. So I spend a lot of my time trying to think about like what use cases do we need to create that fintech can't just replicate, right? And that way users are coming because they're like, wow, I have this financial problem that I can't get in the real world without this sort of amazing use case that I'm getting on chain. And within the context of Africa, like the thing I'm very bullish on is credit, right? Like I think that Africa and a lot of emerging markets do not have credit, and the US is highly dependent, and the US economy is dependent on credit. So that's something that we can't solve in the traditional manner. And I do think like an open sort of credit economy on chain is going to be one of the biggest sort of use cases that I'm excited about.
And Liam, we'll kind of have you answer as well.
Yeah, I guess I think it's important to kind of understand the macro way in which stablecoins fit into the picture here. And it's not necessarily the stablecoins are like an application of blockchain necessarily. I think it's more important to think of them as like a bridge from the real world into the blockchain world. And then, once you're in the blockchain world, there's lots of things you can do, but it's almost like a bridge. And so if you're building something that's purely only makes sense in the blockchain universe, thinking about it as almost like a technological backend that's going to be used by people that are going to be bridging into the system. So for instance, a lot of folks now are kind of starting to work on account abstraction wallets or better wallets in general for people to use, say, DeFi or NFTs. I think it's going to be really, really important to think of what you're building is not just purely for the blockchain user base, but also for everybody else that's getting into this space that maybe doesn't have any idea what those things are. And one of the best examples I've seen recently has been a company that's just been doing a really dead simple Venmo-like mobile app where you can sign in with a passkey, and it's just literally send. There's a simple naming scheme, and they're not just trying to target this at people that are already using, say, ENS names and that are at crypto conferences. They're trying to get people that might be in Nigeria or might be in any other country that need to do remittances or something like that, and market it as a product that's just cheaper, faster, better than any existing remittance product out there. So making sure you know who is your customer exactly. Are you thinking about your technology as where your customer is already a crypto user, or is that the technology backend for your real customer? I think it's just important framing it.
Amazing. Super helpful and super insightful. Yeah, Liam, I want to thank both of you for taking the time, and looking forward to maybe doing a version 2 of this chat in the future.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
All right, next up, I want to bring on Paul from EY to talk about the impact that Ethereum's been having on businesses, and especially in the enterprise world. Paul's been doing this for a lot of years, and there's a lot of wisdom for us to share. So I'm going to give the stage over to Paul and have him talk about all the learnings from the last few years. Welcome, Paul.
Hi, thank you. Thanks very much, everybody. Hi, everybody. It's Friday afternoon in the United States, but it is Saturday morning in Sydney, Australia. So I have my coffee here and I'm ready to go. I got a few slides that I'm going to share with you today, and I'll ask them actually to skip around a bit because I'm not going to drain every single slide. But what I want to talk about is, like, what is the impact that Ethereum has had, and more importantly, will have on the world of business? And if you have been sitting at home and thinking, wow, this is ridiculous. Like, I've heard about blockchain in the enterprise for years and years and years, and the impact is very slow. What's taking so long? The answer is a couple of really challenging things have been keeping the world of enterprises and the world of blockchain relatively separate. Financial services, yes, it's enterprise, but it's not quite the same as most like traditional business-to-business applications. And so that's what I want to talk a little bit about today. Maybe I want to jump to slide number 3, which is, maybe slide number 4, next one. So one of the things that I think people forget about, and one of the things that is kind of my theme in the world of blockchain, is that everything is going to take longer than a lot of people realize. So making blockchains work for enterprises, we should be looking back at some of the other big technology transitions in the global economic kind of history. And one of the things that we saw over and over again was that, for example, the vision for new technologies is always incredibly ambitious. And what happens is we go through these ups and downs on the path to realization. And the reality, for example, with e-commerce was early on, people were like, oh, it's going to be this like multi-trillion-dollar industry and it'll be ready by 2005 or 2010. And that's actually not what happens. And the reason it doesn't happen is because it's actually really, really difficult to transform entire industries. And I'll just share with you like a couple of simple examples. In the early days of e-commerce, it was actually easier to order like a pallet of something than a single item. And if you wanted to have a digital order, you could order things, but there often really wasn't any pictures or any kind of content to go with it. And the reason for that is because digital ordering, which absolutely existed at the time, was built and optimized for store managers to order refills for their big retail systems. They didn't need to know what the product looked like. They already knew they had it in store, right? And so there were all these detailed operational obstacles that were preventing people from implementing that. And the process of getting around it was very, very slow. We had to sort of knock down one barrier after another. And a very similar thing is going on in the world of blockchain, right? We have a lot of challenges from an enterprise perspective, but the two most important ones that I'll be talking about today, or really covering on briefly, are number one, scalability. So when we sit down and we think about like, what is it going to take to bring the world's big enterprises onto the public Ethereum blockchain, which, by the way, is my personal goal. It's going to take a couple of things. Number one, massive volume. So today, Ethereum can handle 1 to 2 million transactions a day. And when we've made so much progress with all the L2s now. So when I think, when we sort of guess at EY about sort of what's the total capacity of Ethereum, now that we have all these L2s, it's probably in the hundreds of millions of transactions a day. So in the last 18 to 24 months, we've gone from 1 to 2 million transactions a day to hundreds of millions. And we can see a path through sharding and other kind of capabilities to billions of transactions a day. Our own guess is that we think we need to be able to get to about 40 billion transactions a day on Ethereum for enterprises to sort of fully deploy their applications. Now, we don't have to get there right away, not by any means, but we have to get there eventually. And so that's a really kind of important thing that we need to get across. And then the second thing that we need to deal with is privacy. So enterprises are not going to do anything on blockchains without privacy. And so, and again, there's a really good analogy to the world of e-commerce, which is that when they didn't really have a privacy problem, but they had a sort of security problem, which was that in the early days of e-commerce, you couldn't actually encrypt your web transactions. That little sort of lock icon that we're so used to seeing on web browsers now didn't exist because general purpose encryption wasn't available to the public. It was actually considered, a munition, and its export from the United States, for example, was actually restricted. So those things had to be knocked down. And when those challenges get knocked down, the result isn't some overnight explosion. And this is the last thing I want to talk about in this particular slide, which is that when big obstacles get knocked down, the result is not a few years of 500% growth. The result is 20 to 25 years of 20 to 25% growth a year. That's what the big transformations will look like. And that's what the sort of timeline that we need to think about. So let me go into a little bit of the transformations that need to happen and the ones that are yet to be done. Maybe let's jump to slide number 6, and I'll just talk about a little bit about what I'm going to cover for the rest of this discussion. So I want to talk about like what I think of as the 5 big transitions that enterprises have to make in order to take advantage of blockchain. I think in many ways, large parts of the crypto ecosystem are already there, but enterprises are still sort of figuring this stuff out. And then we'll go into kind of a little bit of what EY is specifically trying to do in this space and where I think we need to go ahead. So let's go to the next page, which is what are these 5 big transitions? So I think enterprises need to make 5 big transitions in how they think about blockchain. The first is to move away from this idea of like, hey, blockchains are cool for like just time stamping documents. Yeah, that's cool. For the most part, this has happened. Enterprises now understand tokenization is what matters. Secondly, fiat currency, stable coins, these are hugely important. Most enterprises do business in dollars and euros and yen, and that's what they need to be transacting on in chain. Thirdly, they need to think of blockchain as a fully integrated part of their business ecosystem and regulatory structure. Fourth, and this is the most important, the most difficult one, for enterprises to wrap their heads around, which is that private blockchains or permission blockchains don't work. And if you're on ETH Global, you're probably like me, a public blockchain maxi. And one of the things that I really struggle with is like, who thought that a centrally managed decentralized ledger would be a good idea? I think it's crazy. And yet companies are investing tens of millions of dollars in these projects, and they have a terrible history. They in almost always kind of end up badly, and it's super frustrating. People ask me oftentimes in meetings. I just finished a trip pretty much all around Asia, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sydney, and I get asked over and over again, Paul, what is the thing that you can say to business executives that will get them to move to public blockchains? And I have to tell you, I have tried like packaging up this message in so many different ways with no noticeable success. The only proven way to get an enterprise to embrace public blockchains is for them to try a private blockchain and realize it doesn't work. And then lastly, I think it's incredibly important that we change the way for enterprises that they think about privacy. And by the way, I think this is also really true for individuals as well. A lot of sort of privacy and rights maxis sort of, they think about privacy and anonymity as quite the same thing. And the reality is that if we want Ethereum to be fully integrated into the global kind of business ecosystem, we need to accept that anonymous financial transactions and payments are probably just not going to be a feasible thing that we can have. But what we can have is confidentiality. I think, people have a right to privacy, and enterprises absolutely should not have to tell their competition what they're doing. I think, particularly in the case of enterprises, I'm not sure that enterprises have a right to privacy, but I believe that enterprises won't use the technology unless they can be confident that their business transactions can't be seen by their competitors, which is not at all the same as can't be seen by the regulators or can't be inspected upon request by the regulators. So we try to think about privacy as confidentiality rather than anonymous transactions. Now, in particular, jumping ahead a couple slides to number 9, there's 2 types of privacy that people need to understand. Number 1 is the transfers and payments, and the second is smart contract terms. And it comes down to a relatively kind of straightforward concept, which is that every business agreement is based on kind of a fairly simple model, which is I have money, you have stuff, and I want to exchange my money for your stuff under the terms of an agreement. So the money and the stuff, the movement of those things needs to be private. Otherwise, your competition can see what you're doing. But secondly, the terms of your business agreement, the key rules, what you're paying for, when you get a discount, how much money you're expecting to spend, those business terms and conditions also need to be private. So when we think about how to address these privacy challenges, these are the 2 categories that we think in. And EY specifically has been working on 2 big projects which we have and are donating into the public domain in the Ethereum ecosystem. So these are contributions that we are donating. They're public domain software applications. And the first one on the next page is called Nightfall. And Nightfall is an Ethereum layer 2. It's on page 10 of the slides. It's an Ethereum layer 2, which is designed for enterprise confidential business transactions. And it just covers the money and the stuff, the movement of the money and the stuff. It is an L2 privacy. It's a ZK optimistic rollup for enterprises. And the goal here is that using this privacy technology, enterprises can move to business models like asset traceability, inventory management, cross-border trade, where they can move around tokens that represent products or services and receive payments without their competition being able to see what they're selling and how much they're being paid. Those transfers are confidential. The way we think about it is the transfers are confidential, but they're not anonymous. And the reason that they're not anonymous is because in order to transact in the Nightfall ecosystem, we have designed it in such a way that you have to have an enterprise X.509 certificate. And that is basically an enterprise identity certificate. It's a variation of the SSL certificates that are used by companies on the web all the time, right? So in terms of the sort of ecosystem of privacy, Nightfall fills in kind of a unique space, which I try to describe on the next page, which is page 11, which is that, we think about this sort of 2 dimensions. Number 1, anonymous versus identified, and private transactional data versus public data. So if you think of somebody's ENS domain, like prbrody.eth, that's my ENS domain, right? That's public. You can go look at that. You can see what NFTs I have. And it's also identified. You know who that's associated with, right? An Ethereum address, generic one, it's effectively anonymous, but public. Then you have other services that are both anonymous and private, like Tornado and Zcash. And those are not suitable for enterprises because regulators will really basically not allow them to use them. What Nightfall does is it offers you private transactional data, but identified by the users. And what that means is that enterprises will be able to see what enterprises are transacting on the network. You will not be able to see what they are actually doing, the content of those transactions. So that's one half of the picture. Second half of the picture is the business logic. So if we skip ahead 2 slides, And we'll talk about the other thing that we've donated into the public domain, which is called Starlight. And what Starlight does is it basically allows you to take the business logic and turn it into a zero knowledge circuit. So Starlight is basically a smart contract compiler. And what it does is it allows you to take a traditional Solidity smart contract, mark it up, and then transcode it into a zero knowledge circuit that enables a private business logic to run on the public Ethereum mainnet. So it kind of runs as a black box, right? And what that means is that if you can make an Ethereum contract, you can make a zero knowledge circuit. And this is really cool. You know, we actually, Starlight emerged from our own failure at EY to teach our developers how to make zero knowledge circuits. We have, in EY, we have some developers who work on regular Solidity contracts. And then we have a team of mathematical experts in London that do a lot of our like ZK research for privacy technology. And we thought, okay, we understand how to make these zero knowledge circuits. We understand how to do Nightfall, which is just movements and transfers, but we could do other things as well. We could teach our other developers how to do this. It turns out, actually, we weren't very good at teaching it. It was really, really hard to learn. So what we did was we basically said, hey, developers, we're going to make a little transpiler. And all you have to do is mark up, follow the directions, mark up your smart contract in Solidity, and turn it into a zero knowledge circuit. So that was much, much more successful. Now, both of these are available at our GitHub. It's github.com/EYBlockchain. Nightfall is a ZK optimistic L2. It's running today on the as a layer 2 on the Polygon proof of stake network. It has not yet been deployed on the Ethereum net. You can run it on testnet. We are thinking about mainnet deployment, but we're also about halfway through Nightfall version 4, which will have some significant improvements. We might wait for mainnet deployment until then. So that's what we've done. Again, both of those public domain, open source, contributions by EY and some other entities and individuals that have supported this work into the Ethereum ecosystem. So not something that we are retaining control over. So how do we make use of these things? Like, what is it that actually we can do with this stuff? And the answer is we can do a lot of cool stuff. And the best way to illustrate this is I made a little slide on page 16, which sort of talks about how does this work? And it's fairly simple. If you think about a business-to-business supply chain today, they're very, very digitized, but they're all siloed, right? When I started my career, and I'm old, you can see all my gray hair. When I started my career, you could we would say, oh, we need to digitize our clients. And we had clients that had a lot of stuff that was offline, or they were just running it all in a spreadsheet. I actually remember one of my first supply chain implementation projects, the client kept talking about Excel. Oh, we're doing it all in Excel. And I was like, I asked my boss, I'm like, is there some kind of like sophisticated supply chain software that just happens to have the same name as a spreadsheet? And he's like, no, they're running their $10 billion global supply chain in Excel. And that was pretty common. Today, and most big enterprises are much more sophisticated, but they're all still got these like little silos. And when you try to move between silos, they literally send faxes. I was at a client in Singapore earlier this week. They admitted they're still sending all their orders to their key suppliers by fax, which is hilarious. There's EDI, which is like business-to-business text messaging, PDF files, Excel files. That's not a great way to move data around. On a blockchain, right, we can basically, if we go to the next page, under Nightfall, I can represent a supply chain on page 17. I can basically represent a supply chain as a bunch of tokens. And under privacy, I can move those tokens around. And the cool thing is, those tokens, just like any other blockchain asset, are subject to prevention of double spend, right? You can prevent double spend. When you move a token from company A to company B, you're moving all of its associated data, and the company that has a token can see all of its history. And this is really important. You want to know where something came from. You need to find out kind of what the history is, or you get a notification that a batch of product is bad. It's really easy to figure that out. And of course, when you put those together on the next page with the smart contracts, you have this ability to govern how all of these things should work together, which is, in my mind, is kind of this really fully integrated, automated vision of the future. And you can do really awesome stuff with this, like supply chain management, business procurement. Maybe it's not exciting to you. It's exciting to business people. Supply chain management, business procurement, carbon traceability, which is, I think, is a really positive and constructive one that we can do. So I get really excited about all of these capabilities. And it's also why, kind of, when I think about what it is that if I could describe the power of blockchain and its impact on business, I kind of boil it down to one sentence on page 20, which is that we think blockchains will do for business ecosystems what ERP did inside the enterprise. And it's going to be really transformational. We spent 2 decades as a business world kind of trying to get companies to stitch up all of their data together. And it's really, really difficult. And that's what ERP was all about. That was kind of 2 decades of business transformation. Now we can do the same for the interactions between other companies. And the impact can be really enormous. And I'm just going to share one example with you that I really, really like, which is on page 25. Somebody is Karthik, I think, is being very generous, and he's moving all the slides for me because my iPad doesn't support showing slides at the same time. But Karthik, if you want to go on to page 25, this is a case example from the work that we did with Microsoft. And for those of you who don't know, EY actually built a procurement system on the blockchain for Microsoft. Now, this was on a private blockchain because we didn't yet have our privacy technology mature. This is about 5 years ago that we did this. But it's a really cool case example of a case where we know the power of this system. Every single Xbox video game that gets bought is run through a smart contract system that EY developed for Microsoft. And the way this works is companies like Microsoft they have thousands of business agreements that cover all of the different sort of smart contracts or business relationships that they have with their key suppliers. And each one of them is a little bit different. It has different threshold or a different royalty rate or something like that. And Microsoft was having a hard time with a lot of work kind of at the end of each month processing all of the transactions and giving everybody a statement. With the smart contract product that we made for Microsoft called Contract Manager, we were able to cut that basically to 5 minutes, right? 99% reduction in cycle time, roughly half the cost, and much happier business partners because they felt like they could inspect through the portal all the stuff that was going on. Now, that was 5 years ago using smart contracts on a private chain. And what I'm really pleased with is that today we are in the testing phase for the new version of this product that runs using Starlight on the public Ethereum blockchain. And I really hope that before the end of this year, at the beginning of next year, I'm going to be able to share publicly the name of our first client that's actually doing a business procurement agreement with secure private business logic on the public Ethereum blockchain with privacy technology, which will be kind of an enormous, enormous achievement. So I'm getting close to the end of my time. I'm going to jump to the end here and just sort of talk a little bit about, on page 32, some things that I'd like people to keep in mind, which is timelines, right? It takes decades and decades and decades to build really transformational stuff. And I talk about, and you'll hear other people talk about, we're building new rails for business. And so I thought it'd be fun to look at like the history of the actual railroad industry. Most of the US railroad track was actually built up in a period of about 70 years. I think, we can look back and say we kind of made a mistake by getting rid of a lot of it. But what's really amazing is it took about 70 years to build the US railroad network, which is, it's about as hard a piece of like infrastructure as you can build. But on the next page, this is the thing that's really amazing. Over the last 150 years, we have improved the productivity of this infrastructure that we built every single year, almost every single year. If you go to the next page, what you'll see is that over 150 years, the average annual productivity increase in the global railroad network is 3% a year on average every single year for 150 years. And so when we think about kind of building Ethereum into the world of business, what I hope people will keep in mind is the sort of long-term timeline, which is that it takes decades to build, and the payoff can take, keep delivering for more than a century. So to me, that's kind of what's very, very exciting. And that's the time frame. We should be thinking about time frames. And I saw a great quote the other day. Sam Altman was talking to a bunch of people, and he said, your plan should be measured in decades and your execution should be planned in weeks. And I really love that sort of capturing of the thoughts. But yes, I think about the impact that we're going to have from Ethereum on the world of business in the course of decades. Going to wrap up here, page 36. If you thought this was interesting, may I just suggest one more thing, which is I wrote a book. I wrote a book on this. I can say I wrote the book on this. I think it's the only book that's out there that's really focused on the use of Ethereum in the world of business. I'm actually very proud of the excellent endorsement that I received from Vitalik. This is somebody I've known for about 10 years now. I met him in 2013 when I was working at IBM and worked on IBM's first blockchain. And I have been in the world of enterprise blockchain for a decade now. It's called Ethereum for Business. It's available Amazon, Apple, Google, Walmart. I think it's a pretty good read. It's in use at about 5 universities now. And I hope you enjoy it. And I think that is it for me. And I'm only about 1 minute over my schedule. So thank you, everybody, for watching and tuning in.
Paul, this was absolutely incredible. I mean, the fact that we didn't get to bring you on early enough to have you share this amazing set of updates incrementally is something I got to correct for the next time. But it was a massive overflow of amazing things that you are all doing, and I can't wait to actually find out what the next what that enterprise client is when you announce this next year. I was very excited to kind of see all these things that you just shared, and these frameworks are actually excellent. I think that 5-step is a good one. For anybody on the live stream, the first 2 or maybe 3 people to email me with your names, I will send you Paul's book.
That is awesome. And just so everybody knows, I'm at P Brody on Twitter, and if you already have a copy of my book, or you do buy a copy of my book, send me an email. It's we create a special email address. It's ethereumforbusiness@ey.com. And if you send me an email with a picture of you in the book, either the paper or the electronic one, and send me your Polygon proof of stake wallet address, I will send you back a first edition NFT.
Oh, that's even better. So I'm going to be one of those people too. But kartik@ethglobal.com, first 3 emails, I will ship you the book wherever you are in the world. So, Paul, thank you so much for taking the time, and can't wait to have you back again.
My pleasure. Thanks for doing all the slides as well. I appreciate it.
Of course. Take care. All right, with this, we are ready for our last and final talk for the Impact Summit. I want to bring on the one and only Scott Moore to talk about Ethereum and coordination at scale. So without further ado, let's welcome Scott to talk about all the things that we need to understand and how do we actually quantify coordination. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Kartik. Awesome to be here. That is a hard presentation to follow up, but I'm very excited to go 1,000 times higher level. And let me just make sure my screen is shared here so everyone can see. Got my slides. And we should be good to go. So as Kartik mentioned, the goal of this presentation is really just to take a step back, as a few people have recently in the modern sort of discourse on X and other places, and ask, why are we doing any of this in the first place? Why are we building technologies? Why are we trying to create different forms of progress? And ultimately, the sort of framing I would like to give is, why are we trying to build some kind of networked society with the internet and with all these other tools that we happen to be putting in place? And for those of you who don't know me, this is a conversation I've been sort of having with the community and with myself, candidly, for a while. through the context of Gitcoin, which I co-founded in 2017, 2018 with Kevin Owaki and others. And now more recently through Public Works, which is fundamentally focused on trying to build new forms of open source funding for community projects on Ethereum. And ultimately, the question I think that we need to ask is, what are we coordinating towards and why should we care? And I think we should care because we've built a lot of very cool stuff as a civilization. We have built aqueducts, compasses, actually woodblock printing, which preceded the printing press by about 700 years, telegraph subway lines, fiber optic cables, and of course, the internet, which I think we're all probably perhaps too familiar with at this point in our lives. But I think all of these things are just really ultimately steps on a much larger and longer arc of history that humanity has taken in order to try to just exist in a relatively entropic and often confusing world that we've yet to fully make sense of. And I think that's just fundamentally a very cool thing that we've done, and that we should collectively recognize that we're sort of taking part in. We're standing on the shoulders of giants in everything that we do, all the way back, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. And so we've done all of this through technology, but we've also done all this because we've been able to coordinate. And as society has become more complex and we've moved from things like kingdoms to things like states to tools like the internet and networks, the pace at which society is moving has continued to accelerate. And you've seen, probably at least some of you, a lot of conversations about where we're accelerating to and why acceleration is good and why acceleration matters. But I think the fundamental question that we should ask is, how does this affect and how does our interconnectedness impact the way in which we actually maintain some sensible degree of progress in terms of how we arrange not just to build technologies based on the tooling that we have now, but how we arrange to build technologies based on what we might have in the future. And that is the fundamental disconnect in my view in the conversation right now. And so we sort of have to ask this question. We've built a lot of cool stuff. We're doing a lot of really interesting things in Ethereum, but what are the problems or the existential threats that we're likely to face in the next 5 or 10 or 100 years that might lead us as we sort of become, as you can see at the bottom here, moving from 1 to 10 to 1,000 nodes to several billion nodes, all connecting even sometimes on a daily basis. How can we make sure that in that context we're actually solving for long-term sustainability, avoiding some of the existential threats of nuclear war, climate change, or artificial intelligence, as people are often talking about now? And I think there's actually not just a philosophical question there anymore. There's much more of a practical one. And as we move from this sort of very theoretical idea of, what if we had an online, totally, ethereal way to coordinate information, to this conversation of how do we, magically coordinate value across the world using shared computers, we should actually practically be looking at what the tooling is that we're actually using to answer these questions. And that's what I'm here to sort of try and encourage people to continue doing today. So I don't think we should be pessimistic. I also don't think we should be, fully putting our foot on the gas towards ultimate doom. But acceleration is our potential. Technology is our potential. And each successive form of interconnection is also what opens up this design space for us to work together. And in a networked society, when we have the internet, when we have Ethereum, we need to actually use this infrastructure to survive in this complex environment. And that's sort of setting the stage for what we're going to talk about today. So as I mentioned, many thousands of times, removed from the practicalities as usual for me. But I hope this is actually a helpful framing for those of you who are maybe not sure, or maybe are still learning why it is that people care about this technology. And I think, again, it's in context of some kind of silly sounding ideas, but we have evolved from using speech to convey our ideas to the internet, and now to Ethereum to convey our ideas. And each of these are protocols. And fundamentally, a protocol is just a shared idea, a shared sort of set of understandings that we have with each other around how we coordinate some kind of information or value. And as we build more protocols, we are able to increasingly stand on the shoulders of more and more giants, and able to create more and more sort of complexity that we can actually manage, because it's no longer front and center for us. It's now abstracted away from us. We're able to do things without even realizing we're doing them. No one who's listening to this is probably paying exact attention to the packets that are going through to them for this to happen, but yet it works. And that is the beauty of a lot of, I think, what we should be striving to build is very modular, very simple, and very standardized tools. But in an age of open source software, this is very difficult for a couple of reasons. And one of those reasons is there's a lot of developers doing a lot of different things. There's a lot of software companies that are doing lots of different business models and approaches to building these technologies. And there's also a lot of value that's at stake. And because there's a lot of value at stake, we tend to get really caught up in short-term financial gains. This is what you see in markets all the time. And unsurprisingly, this is part of the reason we're in what I guess we'll colloquially call a bear market right now in the first place. And so if we're going to think about this very, very long arc of history, we need to think about how we're going to actually sustain these conversations around standards for a long enough period for it to matter, and increasingly how we're going to distribute the value from those conversations and from the tools that are created as a result of them to people in a way that leads to sustainable future growth. And this is a challenge, especially in a digital age. It's not one that is new, but it is one that is more pressing in a sense, because really the more abstracted things become, the harder it is for us to know how to maintain most of the tooling that we're using without the help of the maintainers. And the maintainers are often feeling, in open source software especially, relatively burned out. This is actually something that Nadia Eghbal covered really well in a book, I think in 2018, Working in Public. Would highly recommend that book. And the fundamental reason, in part, that maintainers are burning out is that they're actually not really getting paid all that much. In fact, of those who are paid, less than 30% earn over $1,000 per year. So if we're going to solve this problem of coordination, we need to solve this sort of meta problem of allocation of capital. And we fundamentally are doing that pretty well. Obviously, we've managed to survive this far. That's pretty great. And we're slowly getting to a point where the technological pace is accelerating. But if we don't really think about these kinds of blockers now, it only takes a few small mistakes to end up losing the plot and for example, causing things like Heartbleed, which wiped out billions and billions of dollars of economic value from the world in 2014. And there's other more recent examples of this, fundamentally because the open source maintainer who was working on that software was not paid. They had another full-time job, which was actually arguably much less important, which paid them, that they were focused on. And this is part of a general trend in the way that value is distributed across the economy. That's why I sort of mentioned and wanted to make sure I stated before that this is not just fundamentally a issue with open source software, but it is an issue of how we actually drive productivity in markets and distribute that back across industries. And right now, the problem is particularly stark, as you can see from this. There's quite a gap between hourly compensation and productivity as of 2017, and this has only increased over the pandemic. And so if we're going to get to this point of actually building out new kinds of systems with increasingly large numbers of people, and we are going to ensure that people are still motivated to build these tools and to sustain and not, potentially, as Peter Turchin might say, counter-revolution society, then we need to solve for some of these inequalities and issues. And in turn, down the stack, we get all these other benefits of technology that I mentioned earlier. So I actually think this is the fundamental thing that is the impact of things, of tooling like Ethereum, because it is all about distributing value. And I know this is kind of the meme to say crypto can fix this. I think for any problem under the sun at this point, someone has said crypto can fix this. But I do think genuinely there is a reason that crypto works for these specific kinds of problems. And that is because these are problems that are internet native, and they're part of the networks that are really fundamentally at the base right now of our network society. So we have an opportunity to actually think about new kinds of projects that might realign our incentives or redesign how we can collectively sustain the infrastructure that we need for the rest of the impact that we might want to make to move forward. And there's a few ways we can think about modeling this practically, one of which, of course, which I've misspelled here in my haste to actually edit the title of this slide. But one of which is from Vitalik in a particular post of his on the revenue evil curve. And essentially the idea of the revenue evil curve is that what we can do traditionally to fund public goods is work with states, work with large-scale philanthropic institutions, work with other kinds of, generally large-scale actors across the world to flow value down the stack to different types of maintainers, to different types of dependencies. And ultimately that leads to really quite sustainable systems in a lot of cases. That's how we have roads and bridges. That's how we have electrical grids. That's how we have, even some of the media that we listen to or, watch on a daily basis is through these institutions. But the other piece that's missing, in my opinion, from this conversation, and it's part of what I think is implicit and quite interesting about this revenue evil curve piece, is how these types of systems can actually be built to rely on each other interdependently. And the fundamental idea of the revenue evil curve is that there's certain types of goods that can be monetized without causing a real loss in positive externalities, that the benefit that the good creates for broader society. And you can see this with things like the bridge example here. If there's a small toll for the bridge, it actually can improve the congestion, and in turn actually can be used, that funding can be used to subsidize things like public transit, which benefit society at large. On the other hand, you have things like, say, a patented algorithm, which, if monetized in that way, will immediately become unusable to anyone except those who can pay a huge amount of money to make it work for them. And this is a problem, obviously, from the perspective of net societal benefit, and in turn, a problem for the broader question of, how do we make sure that technology is being sustained and that we are coordinating around the progress of it in a way that doesn't lead to societal collapse and solves, again, some of the existing inequalities. And I think that the really interesting part of Ethereum in particular is that we actually have the ability to create solidarity economies between projects each of whom have their own revenue Evo curves, and each of whom exist in a network with a fundamental base currency entirely online. And that is something that fundamentally did not exist before Ethereum. And I think that there is something to be said for the point in time in which Ethereum emerged that make me really genuinely believe that it will be hard to reach the same level of network effects after it. And so I think we have a really interesting opportunity in this community to try to build interdependent mutual network subsidies between different types of projects, like, for example, the kinds of internet native decentralized exchanges that we might have, like, say, Uniswap, which has recently implemented its own fees. And, for example, large-scale libraries that we're all relying on, such as, say, Ethers.js. And that's a very micro niche example. But if you have a whole series of applications across different types of verticals, across different types of design spaces with different monetization models, what's really interesting is just the possibilities for that interdependence to emerge and the way in which that can help solve these sustainability problems in a kind of secret third way that doesn't really make sense to do in the context of a lot of traditional non-networked public goods contexts. So, for example, it's very hard to get roads and bridges in the city to go and decide to subsidize the creation of a better local electrical grid without a lot of government overhead and a lot of other stakeholders involved in that process. But in this context, a lot of those kinds of parts of this cycle of creation, production, exchange, consumption, and then surplus allocation can actually happen between essentially, in part, autonomous agents on chain. And this is part of what I think is fascinating about the design space here from an impact perspective, because this is agnostic of the kind of impact you want to create. It only cares about the ability for you to think about the interdependent ecosystem that you're part of, and importantly, to think about that selfishly in the context of the fact that you're all relying on the same shared currency. So this to me is fundamentally a very practical design space for anyone to think about who cares about the idea of improving the sustainability of the technology that we're using and building. But fundamentally also, in my opinion, for anyone who cares more generally about solving any of those other problems that I mentioned before, whether those are climate change or artificial intelligence or any other global coordination problem, because fundamentally those are going to be based off of this kind of infrastructure. And so if we can construct some kind of what I would call, in an Ostrom sense, Eleanor Ostrom being, in my opinion, one of the best thinkers of the last 50 years, who wrote Governing the Commons and won the Nobel Prize for her work in 2009. If we can sort of build a commons in this sort of sense of solidarity, sustainability, and self-management in an entirely internet native way, then we get this kind of what I'm showing on the right here as sort of like, 3 diagrams, this kind of polycentric interconnectedness between groups that previously may have just been sort of adjacent to each other, and what you can see at the top there, a kind of hub and spoke model. And that is more resilient, that is more sustainable, and it's also, although it's a little bit of a buzzword now, a little bit more decentralized. And this is a kind of mutualist, not feudalist principle that I think we should aspire to, and that we're able to really drive forward in the context of a lot of the work that we're doing online in a way that would be harder to drive forward, again, in sort of quote unquote real life. So these are 3 principles that I'd like people to think about as they're building in the context of, anything that they're doing on Ethereum, but also, frankly, anything that they're doing with digital technologies or digital infrastructure, because often this is not yet, at least in my view, part of the real conversation that is being had when it comes to how to think about designing these systems. So I guess like fundamentally to go back to why is Ethereum particularly well suited to this, and why should we care about the sort of opportunity we have here in the first place? You know, why hasn't this happened before? I think there's fundamentally three things that Ethereum has that make it particularly interesting and unique. The first is that it has credible commitments. So we have the ability to now create shared state with things like Gasper that I mentioned before to transfer value without intermediaries and then go on to create whatever kind of positive externalities we might want to create. We have a lot of value exchange in this ecosystem. There's a lot of markets. There's a lot of new kinds of markets that actually emerge, sometimes on extremely ridiculous things, but those markets can still facilitate the self-interested open source provisioning of these kinds of common goods. And finally, what you've often seen happening, especially in the last market, were the creation of these decentralized organizations, which were able to, in turn, sort of send value down the stack, but also create agreements between each other. And what's fundamentally really interesting about all of these three things is that they're themselves happening on an economic engine, which is, you know, driven by validators across 86 plus countries who are, you know, earning almost, you know, over $2 billion globally. And this is kind of on its own fascinating. But what I think is particularly worth highlighting in this context is it's really the kind of Conway's law of the system that's interesting here. You're getting people to build interdependent networks and interdependent commons in the context of having already you know, decided to participate in a network that is itself interdependent and generating value around the world. And so I think all of this is just to say we should really be looking at each project in this ecosystem as part of a long arc of history, and part of a long arc of history which is towards some form of technological progress, and towards technological progress in the context of a sustainable long-term economic system that allows for people to really feel cared for, feel like they're able to maintain a lifestyle that matters to them and maintain values that matter to them. And also that we're able to continue essentially building with each other versus just, you know, ending up in perhaps a dystopian AI overlord future state. And what's great about Ethereum is that all those things are embedded into the technology itself and into the community itself. So that's a little bit about where I'm coming from and why I care about this ecosystem, and why I still care about it even in the context of a, you know, a bear market where I think a lot of people have decided to focus elsewhere, or, you know, decided to worry about other problems. And I think there's sort of three major paradigm shifts that allow us to really actually engage with these other conversations in a productive way at a time where the ecosystem is going through its own hardships, which are, again, let's think about the connections to other people and the agency we have to create those connections with other people. Let's not think of ourselves atomically as just individuals working on our own projects. Let's think of ourselves as an ecosystem. Surprisingly, not always something that happens. Let's think about the entanglements that we're actually creating and measure the value we're creating for each other and try to increase that value together versus just maximizing individual profit. Like, you know, sometimes we talk about with certain staking pools. And let's talk about creating these new kinds of commons as an alternative to the, or rather augmentation of the existing relatively, you know, common top-down models we have for provisioning of goods that we all sort of need and care about. And if we do that, we can hopefully make it to the next 1,000 years. So thank you very much. I hope that isn't too high level for people to end the day with, but maybe it gives you something to think about over the rest of the evening. And thank you very much for having me.
I don't think that was too high level. I think this was actually the right amount of context in zooming out to actually help people understand the larger picture as a whole. So thank you so much, Scott, and appreciate you making the time.
Thank you. Take care, all.
Well, that officially concludes our Impact Summit. I want to thank everybody who stayed till the end for tuning in, watching everything from the hackathon finale to all the amazing talks. And before we kind of end off, I want to thank everybody again one more time for making this the most incredible ETHOnline we've done so far. 4 years in the making, and this has been the biggest event we've ever done. And we learned so many things, but most importantly, we enjoyed every single person who built something super cool or shared a different idea from all across the world. And I want to thank all of you for making this whole month happen. So without further ado, let's quickly talk about what's next. We got 2 more events to go this year. We have ETH Global Istanbul happening as part of DevConnect Week on November 17th to 19th. And we'll be doing our last hackathon of the year in India, ETH India, that will be taking place December 8th to 10th. So for those of you who are joining from different parts of the world, we hope to see some of you in person. We kind of saw you async this month, but looking forward to meeting a lot of you in person in those 2 cities. So you can check out more information on ethglobal.com and see all the event details. And with that, I want to thank everybody for being part of the ETHOnline movement for the whole month of October. Enjoy some lo-fi beats, and we'll see you all in the next event. And for those of you joining us online, we'll see you in 2024 with our next and our first online in-person or online async hackathon. So take care, everybody, and have a great weekend. Goodbye.